Okay, so my name's Andrew. I am one of the coaches of Project Bucephalus, and down there in the other Project Bucephalus window, we have Lyndall, the other coach, and four of our volunteer team members who have come along to help out. So this should hopefully make it a little bit more interesting, so it's not just a bunch of me talking. So there's a couple of things we need to go through first on what we're planning to get out of this and what our approach is. So first off, who are we? We've been around a while. I feel old. This will be our 15th season as an FLL coach. The kids in my first team are now married with their own children. I really feel old. So we've been to 14 national championships. The COVID one was the one we skipped. We've been international 13 times. And we've run 9 FLL regionals ourselves in Wollongong. So between us, we've been judges, referees, and teachers. We've been around a while, and we've picked up a bit of knowledge. We've also had to adjust a lot as the rules change. So how things were in 2010 for body forward is very, very different to how things are for submerged. So what we're attempting here, right? We're trying to do two things. One, we want to complement the kickoff. Two, we don't want to just be regurgitating things we've said in previous years. Now, that said, all the highly detailed, this is how you build a robot, this is the design process, all that high-level information is up on our website. So if you want to touch in on something, if we haven't covered it in depth enough, odds are very, very good. It's there for free for you guys to look at. Can't find it, send us a message and we will we'll send it out. We'll also make this recording available. So at this point, yeah, so you can turn your cameras on.
Anything, my camera's calling. We'll get Mama to fix it.
Hello.
I told him. I'm actually unmute for the very last time.
Whoops, there we go. Sorry, 404, you were just broadcasting. Okay, so bare minimum, we'll have the slides up. So you guys can turn your cameras off now. And now that we've verified who you are, it'll make sharing this on YouTube much easier. Okay. So way back when, there was a rule called GP1. And what it said was, you are gracious professionals. You compete hard against problems while treating all people with respect and kindness. This was an actual rule. And that was followed up with a bit of advice. If you join the first LEGO League with a main goal of winning a robotics competition, you're in the wrong place. So they've now removed that rule that's covered in the core values and other things. But to us, that's probably the most important thing to stay aware of while you're doing first LEGO League. Best way to lose at FLL is to try too hard to win. So there's a couple of limitations that we're going to put out before we start any of this. One is, of course, we don't know everything, right? This is based solely upon our experiences. We have a lot of experience, but that also means we're old and we don't move with the times as well. So it's entirely possible we've missed something. And we're not perfect, right? Every idea can be improved. And we will change our minds or be proven wrong. We're happy when that happens. And of course, everything we do is a constant state of improvement and reassessment. So don't expect this to be the final word. Things will change year to year, just like FLL itself changes from year to year. So the reason we're doing this When we started back in 2010, there were some very, very common problems that were preventing teams from enjoying their experience. And when I say common, it was like every third team. So we put this together to try and solve that. So the first thing, as an FLL team, you should be using your creativity to create a unique robot. Should be. Now, if you need to copy something, that's fine. But your own creativity is worth it. So being inspired by someone else is fine. FRC has the motto, steal from the best, invent the rest. That's great. That's what you should be doing. Don't just hop onto YouTube and copy whatever instruction the latest tutorial guy is telling you to do. 2, you should be making your own mistakes and discoveries, because that's the best way to learn it and reach new heights. If you understand a problem, you can really go beyond it and fix it and improve it. Number 3, your teams should be able to deal with failure as well as success. That's often a lot harder than it looks. As a ref, and Isaac, who's also helping out here as a ref, we've had to deal with our share of crying children. Robotics is fairly unforgiving. So our job as coaches and our job as teams is to celebrate the effort, keep your heads up and keep going. And you should be seeking new challenges each season. We've been doing this for 15 years, and each year we do something different. We improve things. We try different things. That's part of the reason we do so well. So that is the should list. That is what teams should be doing each year, in our opinion. This is what they should not be doing, which is why we're doing this. They shouldn't fail because undetected, easy to fix issues. In other words, your robot just crashed out because its tires are dirty and it's lost its friction. Your robot shouldn't fail because there's a cable unplugged and you haven't noticed it. That was particularly bad on the EV3s. Like, of those 1 in 3 teams having issues, most of them were solved by just clicking the cable back in. That shouldn't be happening. The older veteran teams should be helping to make sure the teams are equipped to deal with those issues. That said, if you are going to fail, make it something new and spectacular. Do something epic. Your team should not be demoralized. So there is no inspiration when a team continually fails without understanding why. Now, we'll get into this one in a little bit. But this is the number one issue that will cause your robot to fail. The mats at a tournament are brand new. They will not have been used. Your mats at home will have had a robot run over them a couple of thousand times. The performance is incredibly different. If you are relying on odometry like wheel movements without sensors, your robot will spectacularly fail. Not all the time. There are some teams that get very lucky, but that was the most cause of things not working. Then you get into stuff like dirty tires. Then you get into stuff like programming and mechanical issues. Is that a fair call, do we think, team?
Yeah.
Yep. Those of you that have been running robots on the table, is that a fair call, Izzy?
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Right. Your team should not be on its own. There are FLL teams across the world that would love the opportunity to join with you, collaborate. There are teams across Australia that you just say, hey, can you help us with this? They'd be delighted to. Right? There is a huge amount of experience to draw on out there. Send a message onto the Facebook page, send a message to First Australia, contact another team. Say, hey, are you able to help? So that's what our goals are here. We're not here to do it for you. We're here to equip you to succeed in your own way. What we want most of all is, number one, we want to remove the whole rookie error concept. We don't want teams to be making easy to fix mistakes that ruin their season. Okay, anyone got any questions on any of that? No? Okay. So just a reminder for the newcomers, once we've verified who you are, you can turn your cameras off and we can go from there. Okay, so we're going to start with the innovation project because that has been giving more heartache to coaches and more headaches to coaches over the years than just about anything else. Give me a thumbs up or something if your team has been struggling with innovation project this year. Here we go. I have some popping up. Okay. So this is what FIRST has given us. So the blue text is from pardon me, is from the game guide. Right, so it tells us a bit about the goal, and that is the question. Your challenge is to dive into a problem faced by people who explore the oceans. Now, I've had about a 50-50 experience of kids going, ooh, and running off and checking out stuff, and others just sitting there like deer in headlights, not knowing how to interpret that at all. So what we're going to do first is unpack that. So let's take a look. Now, the most common response we get from people looking at this is we have to find someone that works in the ocean, preferably underwater, something to do with submarines perhaps, and go from there. And no, that's not it at all. So we got confirmation from Mel, the head ref in Australia. Explore does not mean professional. So it doesn't have to be professional. It can be personal. It can be you figuring out how to learn to surf because you are exploring the ocean yourself. It can be I'm piloting a submersible down to the Titanic. All right? It can be those things. But it could be your personal exploration. How do we make this how do we make this accessible? How do we make it anything to do with searching, studying, innovating, appreciating, or learning about an aspect of the ocean is okay. Now, this came from Mel and Angie. So if anyone has any questions on that one, we'll get through this slide and then you can chuck some questions at me because this sort of answers quite a lot. Next word, problem. Now, this doesn't have to be a problem that is underwater. A land-based problem is acceptable. If you're trying to prevent rubbish from getting into the ocean, that's acceptable. If you're trying a land-based problem that indirectly relates to the ocean, such as I've got a factory in Wollongong that is producing components that are used on a boat somewhere, can we solve one of their problems to make it easier for them to produce those things? That's also fine. Then we have oceans. And this one sort of threw me a little bit, but we got the confirmation. Anything connected to the ocean. So that means beaches. It means seas. It means estuaries. Right? I wouldn't be game enough to try for a river, but anything that touches an ocean, I would say is fair game. I had one team that was looking at mangrove swamps, and they now look like they've got a fair case to be able to use that. What it comes down to is that your team has to make a link back to that original statement. You can do that, your project is good. Does anyone have anything they'd like to ask, having gone through that? Put it up in the chat or unmute and say something. Okay. Has that made, give me a thumbs up if that has been helpful in your understanding of what you have to do. We've got more to come, but does that make life a bit easier for some of you? Excellent. So again, for those of you that have come in late, we only needed your camera on to verify who you were. Once you're on, you can turn your camera off. Excellent. Okay. So, as coaches,
Hang on, Andrew, we've got a hands up from Hassan 404 not found.
Dan, what's up?
Yep, they disappeared.
Okay.
No, sorry, I just I got cut off.
That's okay, Matt. Did you have a question?
No, I was just telling you, I just understand.
Okay, awesome. Okay, so this is how a project is supposed to work. The mentors provide the guidance, but the kids have to pick the project. A judge of an FLL, so an FLL judge is really, really good at detecting when a project is the brainchild of an adult. It is really, really obvious. Now, you can guide them, right? I have used the words, that's a stupid idea before, and it really did deserve it. I've only had to say that once in 15 years. But every other time we've taken it seriously and the kids have been gone through to research, is this viable? I think that's pretty good, only having said that once in 15 seasons. Right. So the other thing is, again, this is not such a big deal in Australia, but occasionally you get issues with it in the US particularly. This isn't like entrepreneur Shark Tank. You're not supposed to come out of this with a patent and millions of dollars. Some teams have. This is about you guys discovering something, exploring an area, research, testing the limits, seeing what can be done, understanding. You are not restricted to the project Sparks, and you are not restricted to ideas from the mission models. Now, I think we've got less of that than last year, but there are still some coaches that think I've got to draw my project from something on the board or in the Sparks on the document. Do not think that. It's definitely not the way to run. Okay, so what I'm going to do now, I am going to turn us over. I did this at the kickoff with a small group of helpers, but we're going to do it now with our team. We're going to demonstrate how Project Bucephalus picks a project. We do that with some questions. I'm going to stop sharing and share this instead. Oops. Okay, Lyndall.
Yep.
Yep. Actually, you know what? I'm going to not share this. I'll just type and I'll pin you. There you go. So start the conversation.
All right. Okay, so we know what our theme is, guys. So first of all, has anyone had any personal experience with the ocean in some way? What do you guys do? Surfing? Swimming?
I've done some diving before, free diving.
Diving? Yep. Do you just sit on the beach, Haley? Sunbathe? Yep. Photos of the beach? Do you go like to rock pools and things like that and take photos there? Yeah. All right. Can you think of anything else that people might do at the beach? Or with the water? Fishing? Yep. Anything else we can think of?
Do any of you do any sailing?
Yeah. Yeah, you've been out on a sailing boat before? Yep. Yep. All right. So that's your personal experiences. What about opportunities that there might be there that you might know friends or family or aunt, uncle, teacher, somebody that does something with the ocean? Do you know any like marine biologists or?
What's special about your community?
Hang on, Andrew. We just heard that
Oh, sorry. My bad.
Elisa's auntie is a marine biologist.
Okay.
Does anyone know anyone who runs the tours from out on the ocean, out from the port? No? Okay, that's all right. But that might be an opportunity to go out on a boat and go whale watching or something. Yeah. Anyone else know anything? Anyone else that does anything, or what it could be? Is there, you said you take photos. Is there a group that does beach photos or ocean photos? Don't know. Yeah. What's special about our area? What have we got in the way of water and ocean? Mm-hmm. Deadly animals? Yep. Yep. So we've got Port Kembla down the blowhole down in Kiama, yep. Wales, yep. Anything else we can think of? The bioluminescent algae. Well, that sounds pretty cool. What about nippers or what are they called? The ones that go to the surf life-saving stuff. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Cool. So Scar used to do nippers. Has anyone heard about I heard the other day that out at the steelworks they have water going back into the ocean, clean water, but where the water's going in, it's a little bit warmer than our normal water, and so there's a tropical area off our coast. Yeah. Anything else we can think of to do with the ocean? Is there anything that we're interested in wanting to find out about? Lots of pollution in the ocean? Yeah.
Lyndall, the mic is not coming through for the kids. I think you're using the wrong mic.
Oh. Yeah, it jumped. Is that better?
Say something, Elise.
From the steelworks, is what's the chemical pollution?
Yep, much better.
Yeah.
I can hear you now, Lyndall.
Okay, good. Sorry, technical issues. Is there anything that you guys are interested in wanting to find out about the ocean? I mean, the ocean's big, but is there anything?
Like sharks.
You like sharks?
Yeah. Sharks are cool. Yeah. Sharks. There's jellyfish ones.
Jellyfish?
Yeah, there's jellyfish.
Yeah.
Shipwrecks are cool.
Shipwrecks? Yeah.
There's people like overfishing and stuff.
The overfishing? Yeah.
There's also like overpopulation of fish.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, Andrew,
Izzy, you were saying something about harvesting of shellfish or something at Lake Illawarra, weren't you, at one point? Was it gathering pippies or something? Or is that you, Elise?
Harvesting shellfish. Oh yeah, there's people that take too many. So there's not very many left.
yes, so that comes into the overfishing.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. Can we have a look at our list, please? Wow, we've got quite a few ideas coming up now.
Still there, Lyndall?
Yes, still here.
You just went very quiet. Okay, kids. So of that list, what opportunities are there to expand? Well, actually, we might throw this one open to the audience. Can anyone think of a problem associated with any of those areas? You can speak up or put it in chat. So,
Overfishing.
yep. So a problem. So we've got.
So the sustainable fishing and overfishing.
Yep. Can I add pollution? That would be an interest. Let's take a look at the shellfish. What are the specific problems caused by taking too many shellfish?
Guys, what do you think?
That's what's up. Depends on what kind of shellfish.
Speak up.
Depends on what sort of shellfish, because don't each of them help the environment in their own different way?
So, ecosystem damage. Yeah. So, how do you know there's a problem? How do you know if people take too many?
How can we tell if people take too many?
Because there's less around.
So visually there's less around.
So you need monitoring population. That would be something you could look at, wouldn't you?
Mhm.
Could you monitor the harvesters somehow?
Possibly.
Yep. So there's a couple of issues. So what else have we got come in? Oh, there we go. Someone said sharks. Everyone says that. Perception. Perception of sharks is an issue. What else have we got, Linda?
Marine life entangled in nets.
So is that a fishing issue or an overfishing?
It could be both.
They could also just be something to do with sharks too.
I'll put so
Yeah.
the life tangled in nets.
Additionally, waste from people fishing, such as fishing lines and old fishing hooks. Damage to the food chain, so that might be in the shellfish as well. And chemical pollution such as oil spills, ways to clean up oil spills. You're muted.
Right. Anyone else? Kids, you got anything you want to expand on that?
Anything here you guys want to?
The shipwrecks, you could look at what causes shipwrecks, like the most common causes of shipwrecks.
Yep.
How to prevent them.
Would you be interested in preservation?
Preserving the shipwrecks so people can
Yeah.
explore them. Yep. Preservation.
Oh, there we go. Someone else has just added something. Pollution, bilge water. Thank you. I've got one for deadly animals. Tourist deaths.
Yep.
Everyone's seen that picture of the guy picking up that lovely blue octopus, haven't they? Okay, what about anyone think like sharks are very popular? There's got to be at least one more potential problem to deal with sharks.
So Izzy, do you want to say that again?
There's the fact that they cut off the shark's fins and then just discard the rest of the shark.
Shark finning, yep. Someone had tourist waste.
Tourist waste.
That would be what, visiting the beach, yeah?
Yeah. Tracking sharks, knowing when they approach beaches.
Yep.
And the issues with shark nets.
Oh, yep, that's two.
And by
we got a bunch. Once people start, you'll find once you start talking to kids about sharks, it starts coming through very, very quickly.
Attracting sharks by cleaning fish at sea.
I've missed a couple. What was the other one? Tracking.
Tracking shark
Shark nets. Yep.
shark nets and bycatch.
Yeah, got that.
Attracting sharks by cleaning fish at sea.
Yep, got that one.
Yep.
Okay. You think we got a decent start there, guys?
Yeah.
Okay, Lyndall, so go for the next step.
Okay.
So which of these do you want to pursue?
Yes. So which of these subjects do you think, or is there 2 or 3 things that you want to look at?
Right, there's a lot of potential in sharks too, because it branches off into so many different problems.
Okay.
Like the idea of looking at sharks.
Yeah. So if we're going to look at sharks, is there somebody that you'd like me to contact?
At the moment, Lyndall, we just want to tag the top and then
Sorry, jumping ahead.
okay, jumping ahead. So which of those shark problems do you want to look at, guys?
Can't read it. Can we make it larger, please, so we can see it?
Is that good enough?
Can you read it?
You have perception, shark finning, bycatch, cleaning fish at sea, tracking, and shark nets.
And someone's just added shark fin soup.
Yeah, that's shark finning. But I'll put that in. Yep.
I think the tracking of sharks can help a lot of things like with all the nets.
So tracking
Or like you could combine tracking and the shark nets together maybe.
and shark nets.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. So they're both green.
Anything else?
Anyone interested in shipwrecks?
Shipwrecks are pretty cool looking at the like how to preserve them.
So
Okay.
shipwrecks, yep.
Underwater archaeology, basically, is what you're looking at. Yep. What about down here? Anything in, because the shellfish problem is very much a Wollongong issue. So is there anything in there that you could tackle? Do you think would be in your ability to tackle?
So that's the monitoring the population or the harvesters.
There's already some signs up telling people how many they can take, but like a lot of people don't listen to them anymore.
Mm-hmm.
So how would you monitor the population of shellfish? Is that something you would want to tackle, or would you be more interested in, or is that just too messy?
I think it's probably too much to look at.
Okay. Okay, so let's take a look over at the opportunities. Anything in there you want to look at?
So we've got the deadly animals with the tourist steps, or the chemical pollution, oil spills, how to clean up oil spills.
Chemical pollution might be something we can look at.
Chemical pollution?
Yeah. So various pollutants. Okay. What about this lot? Personal. Anything in there?
So tourist waste at the beach, or the waste from fishing lines and stuff.
Yeah.
The fishing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
Beach, we could look at rips and stuff and how to help prevent people getting caught in them.
So swimming.
Okay. Rips. Yep.
So that's part of swimming.
Maybe. I'd say it's more beach, but you can tie it.
Invested rock pool safety.
So not going too close to the edge and
Yes. Rock pool safe. Rock fishing or rock pool?
Rock.
I mean, either really.
yes.
Okay. Yep. You like that one?
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. So with a about 15-minute, 20-minute discussion, we have got a whole bunch of potential issues, and we have identified 7 different possible areas that the kids are interested in pursuing. Now, we can easily go back and look at any of these others if none of these pan out, but now we get into the part of the discussion, which is how you do the research. So, Lyndall, take it away.
All right. So, which one of those do we want to start with?
Get the sharks first.
Sharks?
Yeah.
All right. So if we're looking at sharks, is there a particular person or group of people that we might want to go and talk to?
Elise, you said your aunt was a marine biologist.
Yeah, we could talk to her.
Yep.
As a marine biologist, she might be able to help.
Yep. Yep. Any other sort of shark type people that we can think of?
Maybe we could talk to the people using fishing nets and see how often they have problems with sharks getting caught in them.
So finding out, so people who go out on the fishing trawlers and stuff. Yeah. So there's quite a few of those that would be down at the harbour who go out and do their fishing.
Can I toss in a suggestion? Who manages the shark nets?
Who manages the shark nets? Is that a council thing? Is that a fisheries?
We can find that out.
So we need to find out who manages the shark nets. Yeah. So if we were looking at websites and things, like what would we sort of be looking for?
We could look at how often like sharks get caught in nets.
Mm-hmm.
You could look at the most common area they get caught, like the ocean they get caught in most, and what type of sharks, like what the species get caught the most.
Right. Are there any videos that you can think of that we should be watching, or things that you know of? Is there any documentaries about sharks that you are aware of, or we should go looking for those sorts of things? Okay, yep, but doing a search for some shark documentaries.
Yeah.
Should we watch Jaws?
Yeah. Oh,
Maybe not.
maybe not.
It would be fun. Maybe. Or might give you nightmares.
Definition.
Might give you nightmares. No, I've never seen it. It's okay. Don't want to see that. What about is there any like experiments or things like that we could do, or does anyone know any books or anything? Should we look up get some books on sharks and
Get some books on sharks.
yeah?
Fishing.
Survey, put out a survey.
With fishing, trying to ask if they
Yeah.
have any problems with sharks.
So we could go and get a survey out to the fishermen.
We could ask them their most common problem with sharks.
Yep.
So what is the biggest problem with, say, sharks and shark nets at beaches?
The fact that people are so scared of them, the fact that people are so scared of them that they don't bother helping them.
Yeah. So what type of experiment could you do regarding a shark net or people's perception? Oh, we've lost you, Lyndall.
No, we're still here. Sorry. We didn't hear what you said.
Oh, I said, what type of experiments could you do about people's perception or the actual nets themselves?
Really know.
Yeah. Okay, so you probably wouldn't be able to experiment with sharks. That would not be a good idea nor ethical.
Yeah.
But you could definitely experiment with how nets work.
Yeah.
Right.
So
We saw on video, we saw the report that there was that whale that got entangled, and there was a group that came to rescue rescue it in the papers recently, right? What causes a shark to get entangled in the first place? How can you make it able to free itself? So on and so forth. So experimenting on nets is definitely something you'd be able to do. Yeah, someone just said, yeah, Shark Week. There'll be a lot of documentaries there. Okay. So we'll stop at that one. So does everybody, so I'll unpin you. So that is the process, somewhat abridged. We've been trying not to give away anyone's super secret research projects, but does that kind of make sense as to how you can get a bunch of ideas pretty fast?
Yep.
Now, you will have hopefully heard one of the first questions Lyndall asked was, who would you like me to contact for you? So this is something that we do. We don't let the kids cold call strangers. They'll write the message, but it will come from the coach email address or a team email address or something like that the adults monitor. Once contact has been made, then, hey, you can have a Zoom meeting, conversation, whatever. It's all good. But generally wise to have all contact originally coming through the adults. Unless it's like a family member or something. Has anyone got any questions on that process? Is that process useful to you? Give us a thumbs up or something if that's made life a bit easier.
Yep, we've got lots of thumbs up and some hearts.
Oh,
Again, for those that have just joined us, once Isaac has verified who you are, you can turn your webcam off. You don't need to have the camera on the whole time. Yes, Angela, yes, we will have the, well, that's why we want the cameras off, so we can share it without giving too much away. Okay. Right, so what we're going to do now is something we haven't done before, so we'll see how it runs. We want, Lyndall is going to talk to our kids about how they would like to give a presentation, right? This is their experience in coming up with what they want to do, how they want to present. So Lyndall, take it away.
So we're just imagining that we're a little bit further down the journey towards our regional. We've done our research, we've got an idea, we've been working on the innovation project, and now, you know, the regional's coming up and we need to start thinking about what we're going to do, how we are going to present our project to the judges. So from our presentation, or what we're going to tell the judges, what is it that you guys want to achieve? What's your goal, do you think?
well, one of our goals is to try and make the judges smile or laugh.
Mm-hmm.
Because you're most likely to be remembered if you make them laugh, because throughout the day they'll see a lot of standing and reading off of clipboards and scripts.
Yep.
So
If you do something fun, then more likely to remember you and your project.
Yep. So you want
teamwork.
Yep. So you want to do something fun. You want to be memorable. You want to try and make the judges laugh. You want to be sparkly.
yeah.
Sparkly. All right. Do you have an idea of a theme or something that you want to go with, or do you want to tell our audience some of the things that we've done before?
Well,
Yeah.
we've done a lot of things. We usually do like little skits for our presentation, and we use lots of different things. Like we've done a Lazy Town skit before. We've done a Lilo and Stitch one. We did a Thunderbirds one.
What did we do this last season?
Was Phineas and Ferb.
Phineas and Ferb. Yep. Max.
Yeah.
All right. So how did we go about doing Phineas and Ferb? What were we doing?
So we decided the season before how we all loved Perry the Platypus so much, and that we decided to use that in relation to our idea, which was all about ancient board games. And in an episode of Phineas and Ferb, they actually go back in time. So we decided to use that episode to inspire us to relate to our project going back in time, with each of us acting as a character.
And we had like costumes. We had some wigs and hats and lab coats and cardboard platypus tails and beaks or bills, whatever
Yep.
they have.
Yep. Yeah. So you did a bit of costuming, not full on over the top everything. It was just hints to say, I'm this character, I'm wearing a red wig or a green wig or a lab coat because I'm a scientist or whatever. And then using those characters to tell the story. Yeah. Yeah. Anything else about doing a project presentation that you think would be a good point? When you're starting to put together your presentation, so we've got a theme, we've got an idea of what we want to do, we've got an idea of what characters might be in there, but how do we tell the judges what the problem is? How do we set the scene to do that? Like we've got to tell them what the problem is, we've got to tell them what the solution is, all your research, all of that. How do you do that?
So usually we'll have one of the characters experiencing a difficulty that our idea would address. Like, for example, last season we had Dr. Doofenshmirtz, which is a character from Phineas and Ferb, telling an emotional backstory about how his family, instead of letting him play the board games with him, would make him stand outside to be a gnome because he couldn't understand the rules and he found it difficult to play them. Yeah, and he didn't like how the pieces felt. And
yeah, so we have a character that's the problem is happening to, and so then what else do we do?
Then we have another character, or several other characters that either work with the problemed character to help find a solution that'll solve, what the issues are, and then show our project.
Does everyone talk a lot, or does everybody talk from your team?
well, before we start writing everything and giving everyone roles, we'll ask everyone how comfortable they feel speaking and if they'd like to speak a lot or speak a little bit. So if someone doesn't want to speak at all, we will put them at the computer to do slides so they can still contribute, but they don't have to go completely outside their comfort zone and speak.
Or we'll give them a character that doesn't normally speak. Like last season, we did Phineas and Ferb, so Perry the Platypus didn't speak because he's a platypus. So if they didn't want to speak, they have a non-verbal character.
Yeah. And then those that want to speak lots are the more knowledgeable characters that sort of weave everything.
The
info dump. Yep.
So, Lyndall,
Yes.
I'm going to share this. That was some of the simplified. We don't speak, but that was from competition. So, like, just some wigs and a lab coat, and poor Aussie's not wearing the actual beak, but hey, that's what works.
Yep. So once we've got our script together, we start reading through and
Hang on, sorry, Lyndall, you missed a step.
oh, whoops.
Yep. So we've got that overall framework. We've got the story outline. We've got our theme. To actually write the script, what do we got to look at as our go-to point? what tells us what we've got to say?
So we have a look at the rubric beforehand. And what we do is we look at all of the boxes that need to be ticked, and then we focus on those areas. And basing our feedback from our previous rubrics as well, we know what to especially focus on, what's our stronger points and what's our weaker points. But we will go through the rubric and try to tick every one of those boxes.
Mm-hmm. And as someone just said, yeah, the process is important. You've got to lead the judges through the whole thing rather than go down a bunch of different rabbit holes. So you want a logical progression.
Yep.
Cool. Okay.
So often once we've done our first write-up of the script, what do we find?
We find that sometimes it doesn't quite flow the right way, or it doesn't give like the right information that we need it to. So we have to go back and change some parts around, or some people sometimes aren't able to say like the bigger words that their character has to say, and so we like make it easier for them to be able to say the words. Yeah, and after we write the first version, sometimes it can be a lot longer than it's supposed to be, and so we have to go back and cut it down and try and squish it all together.
And when we do that, we have to decide which lines are most important and which gets the point across in the best way.
Yeah. Right. And we also want to try and not lose any. We've got to try and juggle the fun parts and the humour parts without losing the message. Yeah.
Okay. So that's a bit of a discussion on how we would pick what we're going to say. Now we've got a little bit next. The next bit is about how we prepare for a judging session. But has anyone got any questions on that process? I mean, our process won't necessarily work for you, but it does give a way to, it's a process. Sometimes a process is better than none at all. The number one bit of advice is, I think one of the girls said, being memorable. If you make the judges laugh, that's always our goal. We always tell the kids, you win at the project if you make the judges laugh. That's our style. We have had some teams that have gone with the we win if we make the judges cry. There was one project I remember one year that did make Winona cry.
That was the dog Animal Allies. It was about the puppies.
It was about treating the pets of homeless people.
Oh, that would be a big prize.
Yeah. Okay. Anyone got any questions or feedback or how that would apply to your team? Nope. Okay. So I'll ask some of these questions and Lyndall can join in. So tell me, experienced Project Bucephalus children, how do you guys prepare for answering questions in a judging session?
Lots and lots and lots of practice drills. We will go outside into a quiet area and sit around in a group while we pull up a search on Google, a practice question sheet or whatever, and we'll just ask each other questions and we'll jog each other's memory by trying to help everyone answer them and just running through them.
Sometimes there is a little bit of bribing involved.
Yes.
It's chocolate most of the time, right? Helps people like answer questions if you give them chocolate.
Do we ever get other people to come and ask you questions?
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Sometimes we have people's parents or family members or like grandparents come and they'll listen to either our presentation or something, and then afterwards they'll be interested in what we've done. So they'll ask questions to us that we have sometimes that we haven't heard before. So
So the more questions, the more variety of questions, the more comfortable you are with answering questions.
Yep. So next question for you guys. How do you help your team during judging?
What we do is that as veteran will be standing next to the rookies, and that everyone
we'll have a lot of the time we'll have a veteran standing next to or near one of the rookies, and if we notice that they haven't answered a question in a while or that they want to answer a question, we help them. We give them somewhere to start and select the ways to answer the question, but we don't tell them the answer. We just give them a rough area and then they come up with their own answer to the question.
So I'll just to clarify this for those watching at home, has it ever hurt you in a judging session for one of your students to help another one?
No, I think it's did you say hurt or help?
Hurt.
Okay.
Did it damage? Did it do any bad thing because you had someone helping someone else in your judging session?
It definitely helped when we were because we had someone else.
I think from memory, from one of the comments from the APOC was the comment of the older student helping the younger student, and the judges really liked that.
It shows core values and that you work together as a team and that you actually appreciate each other.
So tying on to that question, what do you do when, not if, when it all goes horribly wrong during a judging session?
Just smile and wave.
You try to salvage what you can, and you don't put anyone down. You don't say, "Oh, that person was wrong," because how are the judges going to know? This is likely the first time they're ever hearing it. So you can add on to what the other person says, or if something goes horribly wrong with lines or whatnot, if your team is really strong and you work together really well, you can actually improvise and try to do your best to support each other.
We have this amazing person here called Izzy, who's really good at helping people when things go wrong. She's really good at when we mess up our lines a little bit. She's really good at helping us get back to our lines and not making us feel bad that we missed something. And she's good at helping when we're not able to answer questions. She's really good prompting us, and she's really good at existing. She's lovely.
And this wonderful person actually helped me when I said the completely wrong line during core values, and then I gestured to the wrong person to talk next, which stuffed up all the slides and all the people talking, and we didn't get all the information out. And she was really nice, and I was just standing there trying not to cry, and she was like, "It's okay."
But she did amazing. We love her.
So teamwork definitely shines through, and it can't hurt. If anything, it will help your core values.
Yeah, so basically the judges don't know what your presentation is. You just gotta keep your composure and do your best and play it off like it was meant to happen, because you're the only one that knows the project. No one else does.
Yeah, so I guess particularly in our team, we've always got kids that will have issues with speaking in public. Now, most of the time, I don't know if you've seen Mel's emails. Before tournaments, she's given you a template letter to describe your team to the judges. And that's where you write in things about difficulties your students may have. So a student that is mute, for example, and needs to talk on a tablet, which we've had to work through, right? You want to make sure the judges know about it. If someone has extreme anxiety, you want to make sure the judges know about it. And that way, the judges can see what's going on and understand. So if one of your kids has a deer in headlights moment every time they're called on, that's when you have the veteran standing next to them who may just have to say, whisper in their ear, tell them about XYZ. And they will get the words out, and then the more they talk, the more they will talk. That sound about right, guys?
Yep. Also, if like we've dealt with some refugee kids and things like that, so letting the judges know that English is a second language for some students also helps with that understanding, things like that. So there's a few questions in the chat.
I'll go through the rest of mine, then we'll do those.
Yeah.
So tell me, guys, should you be reading off scripts? So should you have memorized your lines, or is it okay to be reading off scripts?
For the regional, it's completely okay if you're reading off scripts. Like, no one expects you to have memorized everything at a regional, and the competition is actually a lot gentler. As you go to nationals, it's good to have that in your memory, not memorized per se, and you can still have it as a reference, but like consistently looking up and not needing to read off of it really helps. And then if you make it to internationals, it would be really helpful if you did memorize it, because it shows, it just looks professional, yes.
Because like it's okay to have a script, but you can't be looking at the script and not the judges, because an important thing with presentation is to maintain eye contact with the audience, so that way you can see if they're keeping up or if they're just lost. And as Izzy was saying, yes, it does look very good if you memorize it, but it is not supposedly necessary.
Yep.
So I'm going to ask one more question, and then we'll look at the chat. What is your best project presentation story? Doesn't have to be your team. What's the most memorable project presentation story you have?
Yes, we had.
Oh yeah,
So
Speak a little
the
louder.
Lazy Town season, we had actually you explain it. Okay.
So for the season that we did a Lazy Town presentation, it was over Zoom, and one of our team members was playing Robbie Rotten, and the costumes were amazing. This one had a mustache that was drawn on with eyeliner that she couldn't get off, and this one was wearing a beautiful pink wig, and it was all fabulous.
She had pigtails.
I did. But our teammate had tape on his leggings because we couldn't find it. Anyway, getting off track. But at the end of our presentation, and at like the end of judging and questions, we were about to hop off the Zoom call, and we were all saying, "Oh, thank you so much." And then our teammate, who was playing Robbie Rotten, as soon as we'd all said thank you, he was like zone out, and then after it was all quiet, he just said thank you. And it was over Zoom, and this was during COVID, so we were all like mentally unwell at that time. So everyone just died laughing, and the judges stared at us like we were completely insane, and then logged off.
Yeah, composure is very important.
Isn't this the same presentation when Robbie Rotten fell over?
Yeah, he did a spin, like fell to the ground. But like that season, after the judging session, we played lots of Lazy Town songs, and in the closing ceremony we won an award, and so we started playing one particular song from Lazy Town called We Are Number One, and it was beautiful, and we were all standing here dancing and screaming that song, and I think our coaches might have gotten a little bit sick of that song eventually. A lot of us are still kind of avoiding all the songs that we listened to that season because they're stuck in our heads and we can't get rid of them. It's not fun.
Okay. So what questions have we got coming in, Lyndall?
How many hours per week do you meet?
So usually we meet on one day a week, so on a Wednesday from 9:30 to 2. And
But you're homeschoolers.
Because we're all homeschooled, we have a lot of extra time. But it's different for everyone, and honestly, it depends how well you get and how consistent you are getting work done.
When it gets closer to the competitions, sometimes we'll meet like several days in a row, not like a week in a row, but like a couple of days in a row, going from like 9:30, 10 o'clock to like 2, and just so we can practice more and like make sure we know our lines and make sure our robot's working fine. And yeah.
And you're doing it because you want to. You
Yeah,
often
yeah.
often the
Forced
kids
to.
close to comp will say, Lyndall, Andrew, we want to meet more.
Oh,
When are
yeah,
you available?
We force our coaches
Yeah.
to like.
They
come
don't
and-
force us, we force them. They're amazing though, but they appreciate, or we appreciate them, they appreciate us, it's great. We love meeting, like we love doing more meetings and it's fun. It's great.
As an FLL judge, it is important that every team member contributes to the presentation. It is really obvious if one of the team members is hiding, helping each other to contribute is better than a silent member. So, yes.
So Simon, seeing as we've got you, did you want to say or ask any particular questions on the judging aspect that they mentioned?
So you want me to ask judging questions, or
you're so you're an FLL judge. So what's your opinion on what they were saying?
I wholeheartedly agree. I think having that preparation is really important, but also not being stuck reading is super useful. I like how there were more experienced members ready to help out people who maybe got lost along the way. So that's really useful. And it also shows that they're working as a team. So, there's a couple of times I've seen one person who's led the team, done all the hard work, connected with the experts, and the others are just kind of trailing along. But if you can see that everyone knows what the presentation's about and knows what the project's about, that makes more of an impact because they've worked together to explore the topic. So I think that's my 2 cents there. Thanks, Andrew.
Awesome. So now we've got
Hang on, Andrew. There was just one thing I remember that the kids told us on Wednesday that they thought was very important and shows in the judging. Although we don't do judged anymore on a core values activity or team building activity, the kids were telling us that they value doing those activities early in the season and getting in the groove as a team and working together, and they feel that that helps them a lot in the judging room.
So tell us about that, guys.
So there are a lot of teamwork activities that used to be done during a judging session, but they've gotten rid of that. But it actually does still help, like Lyndall said, it helps strengthen your team and helps you get to know each other. And what we do is, after we get told what the activity or challenge is, like, you have to go across here with only
2 chairs
or something. And then what we do is we split off into sub-teams, the decider. And the sub-teams will discuss any ideas they have. And then after about 30 seconds or so, they'll all come in and tell the leaders of the sub-teams will tell the decider what their group came up with. And after everyone's given their ideas, there will be a fast debrief of what would be the best option to do. Sometimes if we can't decide, there'll be a vote, but generally the decider, who is usually the most experienced or the oldest or the most experienced person on the team, will end up having the last say because they have got that experience. And then the team will quickly work together to achieve what they had done, what they had planned. And that reflects in your judging because you're then good. You practice communicating with each other, getting an idea across quickly, and achieving an end goal. It's also a lot of fun. So.
And there's loads of resources out there online about team building activities and things like that. And it doesn't need to take a lot of time in your meeting time, 5-10 minutes at most, and that can be invaluable later on.
Okay, so we got about we're on schedule. So we have a few minutes now to throw coaches to throw questions at these guys about how you do things, or if there's any advice you'd like, or how to do better on projects, stuff like that. So you can, or team members, if there's any students out there, is there any question you'd like to ask about how you do your presentations and get some feedback? Do bear in mind that just because we do it this way doesn't mean it's the best way. It just works for us.
We also have a team size of 10. So only half the kids are here today.
So you can unmute and ask direct, or you can type in a question.
What sort of visuals work best with a presentation, e.g. PowerPoint, poster, or other?
We've used a variety over the years. Posters are great, PowerPoints are great. Generally, you do what's easiest for you and your team and what works best. We find that posters can be a bit hard to maneuver, but we have used them and still use them every once in a while. But usually we will hook up a laptop to the projector that's usually in the judging room, and we will project our slides up and our PowerPoint so they can get a general gist and have that.
So with your slides, are you talking the slides, or are they used just to complement what you're saying?
So they're usually used to complement what we're saying and give stats and extra details because obviously we don't have enough time to talk about absolutely everything.
So what do you do if you're using PowerPoint and the AV system fails?
We will put the laptop on the table where the judges are sitting at and turn it to face them, and press the button as the slides, as we go.
Yeah. So important point: be prepared for everything to go horribly wrong.
Right. Do judges prefer a skit to a presentation?
What's a
That's
skit?
what the judges
The
do.
skit's what you guys do.
Oh,
As the presentation's more like the talking heads type stuff.
I think it might depend on the judge, but I feel like if they're seeing lots of presentations and people just standing in a line reading off the clipboard or just giving them facts, singing a skit every once in a while would be something interesting, and it would be something like fun to like watch and listen to.
I also think that we choose skits because they're fun and
Yeah,
we enjoy
yeah.
them a lot more than a presentation.
Gets us to pay attention more.
Yeah.
I will say, just about every year there is some kind of rating of how excited or enthusiastic the kids are about their innovation project. That's a lot easier to convey if you're having fun than a formal presentation.
Okay.
And I will go back to the PowerPoint. So if you're telling a team, if a team is asking you about doing PowerPoint or a poster, what are the 3 most important things you'd say have to be included on that? If all they have is those 3, what would it be?
So the problem, the solution, and all the professionals that you talk to, and
Or who you've shared it with.
and who you shared it with. So you could have pictures up there, and you can have the names of the professionals and what they do. You might have shared it through a survey or on Facebook even, but having that there just gives a summary of your entire idea.
Awesome. Does anyone else got a question?
No, but shall we show them our unofficial rules?
Oh, we've got that coming.
Yep.
Any other questions from the peanut gallery?
Not at the moment.
Okay, well, I will unpin you and I will go back to the presentation. Okay. So thank you very much for that, guys. We'll be talking to you again shortly. Okay. So when we're presenting, there's a few things you guys need to that coaches and teams need to be aware of. The first is that this is supposed to be a live presentation, right? Emphasis on live. Every year, there is somebody that asks, hey, can we shoot a video? The answer is it can be used as an enhancement only. Your presentation should be live. Now, you can use PowerPoint or posters. We just covered that. I'll cover a little bit more in a moment. And it's got to include all team members. Now, that doesn't mean all team members have to be bouncing around and speaking like professionals. As I think the kids mentioned, if you've got kids that are shy or anxious, they can be the ones that are operating the slides or the posters. They can be like when the kids did Lilo and Stitch, the child that wasn't big on talking dressed up as Stitch. Didn't have to speak, just had to move. Worst case scenario, they can be the prop person or scenery. Now, the presentation itself should be written by the students, but the coach can give help or feedback. So do tell them if they're not making a lot of sense, if the progression is bad, if they're not being clear on what they're achieving. And like I think we mentioned, memorizing lines, it does look good, but it's definitely not required. It's better to be reading off a script and be confident and calm about what you're saying than to be partly memorized and stuttering around all over the place, because they will cut you. The 5-minute limit, they might be a little bit gentle at a regional, but it gets stricter and stricter. And there does come a point where they will cut you off after 5 minutes. That's happened to us. So just be aware of that one. So as we mentioned, practice makes perfect. So when we do this, we will practice the entire judging session against the clock. We'll go 3, 2, 1, door open, and we'll have everybody come in, set it up, and we'll run out the half hour. We'll also do just presentation stuff separately, but running through the entire judging session means that your kids aren't going to get caught up by coming in the door and getting all messed up about who's standing where and wasting time of their 30 minutes. Packing up is also a gotcha. The team could have been presenting beautifully, great core values, all the rest of it, and it all fall apart as they try and figure out who's going to take out what. That's happened before, multiple times. This one is a particular gotcha. If you're not just standing there, you need to rehearse your movements as well as words. More than once, we've had kids, without realizing it, talk to each other rather than to the judges, so the judges can't hear what the kids are saying. So move around, don't get in each other's way. You don't have to do like full blocking, but knowing where you're supposed to be definitely helps. Now, when it comes to the script, at bare minimum, they should be able to read the words on the script confidently. If they're still stammering over words, you should be going back and changing those words, or just get them to run lines until they're better. Now, you will also get faster the more you practice. And one of the pitfalls is that you will get more hard to understand the faster you go. So there will come a time you will need to slow your kids down. So someone will miss their cue and you need to practice covering for each other. So actually set up some pitfalls. So the kids are used to things are not used to going right. They are used to things not going right and know how to deal with it. And one of the things that is particularly important is they need to practice the questions and answers, because your presentation is critically important, but the Q&A is when the judges clarify things or cover things that you missed. The judges want you to do well, and this is an opportunity for your kids to do even better than they have. So practice the questions, throw some hairy ones in there, throw some difficult ones, throw some weird ones in there. Just get them used to being able to think and answer. that decider thing that Izzy was talking about with the teamwork activities, we'll usually have the decider standing in the middle of the group. And when someone wants to answer a question, they'll look at her, Izzy being the decider, and she'll say, yeah, go talk. And that way we don't talk over the top of each other. Some school teams will do the hands up, others will just go with whoever speaks first. You want to have some idea of not turning into a messy answer. Right. So now we've got some little guidelines.
Before we do that, Andrew, there was another question that came up. Angela said we didn't show enough of iteration, how we iterated and improved on our solution. So I think that is an important thing.
Yep, it is. Now, when I asked about the three things, the kids answered the right way. It is incredibly easy for a judge to miss the point. So having a unambiguously sledgehammer, this is what it is, this is our project statement, this is our problem, this is our solution, and this is a summary of what we did, really prevents the judges from getting the wrong idea. It is so easy for a judge to miss the point. So those things are important. Then I'd say iteration is probably the next one. You've got to show who you spoke to and what changes you made. It's all well and good to invent the perfect toy, but if you've never spoken to anyone about it, then it can't be that good. Okay, has anyone got any questions about those practice and approach things? Okay. So now some of you may have seen some of these before. So we have a set of what we call the unofficial rules. In essence, after we've been doing this for this long, we've built up some unique ways of looking at how this works. We've got up on the website, we've got the unofficial rules of the robot game, the project, and the old core values judging sessions. That doesn't happen anymore, but we've left it up because it's fun. So there are some highlights of the project rules, which we wanted to share with you. Like we went through and decided what were the most important things to tell your kids when you're doing your project. Number one, don't fear the rubric. The kids should know it. They should be familiar with it, and they should look at it as a guideline. If we do this, the judges will know all they need to know. Number three, research, research, research. You can never do too much. Don't rely on Google or Wikipedia. Go find interesting things. Most importantly, hands-on experiments really impress judges. So you're testing your project, you're doing experiments to see how it holds up. You're testing, like 1 year or a couple of years, our guys have used the Peltier effect, and they set up experiments to make it work, to test how far it would, how valuable it would be for what they were doing. The more research you do from the more sources, the better your project is going to be. Number 5 was milk it for all it's worth. Like we did in that project project discussion, every team is going to have something unique about their location, their opportunities, their families, right? And you want to milk that for all it's worth. We do a project where we run FLL for scouts. So most of their projects come from scout-based activities, hiking, camping, outdoors, badges, things like that, which marks them as different from ye old average school team. So that is something that really sticks out with the judges. Number 9, skipping ahead, This one is a suggestion, so you don't have to do it this way, but it's something we make a point of, right? Obvious subjects, like the ones that you see in the Sparks and the ones that are on the field, they're going to be tackled by lots of teams. We've had a couple of experiences now where we've gone to an event and we've had teams with the same project as ours, and that can get a bit disheartening. So what we encourage our guys to do is look for a niche, look for something that is a narrow application and then expand out. So it could be something like, last year's project was about sensory issues with playing board games. Very narrow, very narrow specific thing, but it was important to the kids because just about every one of our team has sensory issues. And they took it out and played the games with others that had the same issues. And we've had a lot of very excited kids about the designs of the board games. To make it interesting, they applied this to ancient board games. So we were playing the royal game of which is 5,000 years old, Mancala, which was 8,000. So very niche, very unique idea that had a lot of impact. Now, just for context, that young lady is Kayla, and that is a bucket of cow poop and water, which is about to stick a hand in to go harvest dung beetles. That was our Animal Allies project. So that was also somewhat niche. I think the judges looked a little bit green when we talked to them about doing that. Number 10. There we go. We got the platypus. I knew there was a photo there somewhere. Join the circus is what we call it. Really go to town. Do something. Like we go for the be outrageous a lot of the time, but be impressive. We've done gymnastics. We've done circus. You can do dancing. I've seen teams play instruments. There is a whole bunch of things you can do. So have some fun with it. And the last bit, to do well at the project, you need to understand what its purpose is. It's discovery, right? If you've got a good project, your kids will be exploring, learning, and asking questions. If you achieve that, you've met the goals. Anything that comes after that is just gravy. Okay. Angela, yeah, I see you got a question up. We're going to go through the rubric on that one. And I'll answer that in a second. Okay, has anyone got any questions on that aspect?
Yes. Would you say an innovation?
Oh, I just said we'll answer that one in the rubric discussion.
Okay. Yep. So that's it. That's the only one that's come through.
Cool. Okay. Now, some of you again may have seen this, but it's still the best opening we've ever used. When we say like join the circus and stuff like that, we're serious. You want to get the judge's attention immediately, right? You don't want to waste time doing a lot of talking. So some of the teams we've trained, like for 1 year, they were doing roller coaster. One of the teams we trained was doing roller coaster harnesses for people, for amputees. So they started their project all sitting in chairs and on sync. They all threw their arms up and screamed. I think the judges levitated. They were pretending they were on a roller coaster. And this is our Animal Allies project with Dung Beetle Man. It's got the judges' attention pretty quickly. So I'll just play this part and then we'll move on.
Lousy flies!
Don't worry, citizen. Those flies won't bug you for much longer. Just point me to the nearest cow patch.
Cows? Who? What? My friend?
I am Dung Beetle Man, and I'm here to save you.
He's over here.
Sorry about this. We escaped from our team meeting.
Can someone please tell me what's going on?
My project Bucephalus, the first LEGO League team. He got bitten by a radioactive dung beetle, and well, he hasn't been quite the same since.
So after that opening, the judges were definitely awake. This was in Denmark, and yeah, it got a lot of attention almost immediately. So if you can do some type of opening like that, A lot of stuff happened. So they went from this, they went through a conversation and framed the whole thing around this guy that had been bitten by a dung beetle, and he went off all ham, and they were the straight people that just went through and played off his hilariousness. And that worked quite well. We actually came in third place champions in Denmark with that presentation, so we were pretty pleased with it.
Lousy.
Okay, so anyone got any questions about that part before we go through the rubric? Is there anything up, Lyndall?
No, all good. Keep going.
I will say again, guys, just for those that may have missed it the first time, this is how we do it, and it works for us. That doesn't mean it's the only way or the best way. These are just things that work for us. So if you want to take this and modify it or ignore it completely, feel free. Okay, so Innovation Project Rubric. And we are pretty much on time, which is good. So there has been some changes this year. You all need to take a very good look at the rubrics. Particularly the core values scoring is very, very different, although the standard ratings still apply. So 1 through 4, getting an exceeds should be exceptionally rare. Then we'll just take over for a moment.
All right, so you'll notice on the rubric there is a little flowery icon. That is showing what is now going towards the core values rankings. There is no separate core values section anymore. We're just looking at the core values through the innovation project and the robot design.
Yeah. So an exceeds should be very rare. And for a judge to give you an exceeds, they have to actually write out the reason why. Most of the time, an accomplished is a superb result. So we normally say a rookie team should expect to score a 1 or a 2 in what they're doing. A veteran team, 2 or a 3. Anyone that gets a 3 gets it, should party, because that's a big deal. If you get an exceeds, then yeah, that's an excuse for even bigger party. So we're going to go through this in little bits. So this is step 1, identify. The team had a clearly defined problem as well researched. So there are a couple of keywords here. Definition of problem. You look in that top row. You need clear, simple, and no confusion. Your project problem needs to be able to be stated in like 1 to 2 sentences, preferably 1. If you can't do that, you need to go back and redefine it. Then you get research. As we mentioned in those unofficial rules, you need to display the depth and you need to show it. Like if you have a logbook that you give the judges, you can't expect them to read through it and see it all because they don't have that long with you. You need to show those sources in your slides or your posters or in what you say. And yeah, copying from Wikipedia, that's not going to cut it. You need to actually analyze the information, not just copy and paste it. So research is also interviews with professionals, documentaries, research papers, experiments, like we mentioned already. That is research. Experiments is research. Now that second line, the research one, that also counts for your core values score. So it double counts. Then we have the design aspect. Team work together while creating a project plan, developing their ideas. Right, keyword in the first line, evidence. How do you show evidence of that plan? Well, you can do it with photos. we make a habit of, on the coaches' mobile phones, snapping pictures of the kids at work each week and putting them up on a slideshow or in a logbook. You can write reports on things you do and stick it in a logbook or put it up on the slides. Use your presentation, talk about it, and you can also do it with the answering of questions. So evidence is important. And if you can just show it up on a slide or in your talking, that's very, very important. Right, the project plan. Basically, this is the development process of the project. So just like the engineering cycle, you want to test your plan, you want to prototype it, you want to iterate it, you want a timetable. You're not just a bunch of people randomly throwing stuff together and see what happens. Right? A project plan. You have a plan that you are following. And the key word here is all team members. So the development process involved all team members. So you take that evidence, you take that project plan, and everybody has to have been involved. Now, you do not need to have identical roles. You don't need to say, all of us did everything. You could say, well, I was mostly on robot design, but I did a lot of research for the presentation. That's fine. You've contributed and it involved you. So you cannot, and I still see teams that do this, you can't have half of us are doing the project and half of us are doing the robot. That does not work, particularly this year. So as that's a core values score, it is even more important. So it double counts. If you want to do well, you need to address that. Create. This one can get a little bit hairy. I think this is what deals with what Angela was saying. So you need to develop an original idea or build on an existing one. So, first line, innovation. You need to focus on the things that are unique, exciting, creative, stuff that you bring, new stuff that you bring to the table. They want to know what's innovative about your project, hence the name Innovation Project. Now, for the model or drawing, so we do encounter this each time, your team does not get rewarded simply because they have access to resources. So if you are actually able to build a fully functional prototype of your idea, that's fantastic. But it is just as good as having a detailed technical drawing. You're not going to get rewarded for having access to a multi-million-dollar robot resource room or multiple 3D printers. If you're just a group running out of a scout hall, heck, you just focus on the detailed drawing. So CAD definitely works, 3D printing, Lego, cardboard. So you got the three keywords on that one is unclear, simple, or detailed. Right? A detailed technical drawing is just as good as a physical model. So we have had years where the project was an education program. So if we're looking at using the shark thing as an example, you want to change how people perceive sharks. You're not going to build something to do that. What you can do is design an education program. But to be detailed, that requires conversations with psychologists, with marketing people. You can't just slap pictures on a poster and say, here you go. Does that make sense to everyone? Because this is probably the biggest and hardest thing to deal with. If anyone's got any questions on this one, now's a really good time to ask. Anything popping up, Linda?
No, just a few thumbs up.
Awesome. Okay. Iterate. Now, this used to be sharing with professionals and things like that. Professionals has been removed. What they're giving you now is sharing, right? How do you share? Like, how are you going to share this idea? Surveys, meetings, conversations, play testing, right? But there's no focus on the experts, but, and here is the but. The second line is about improvements, iteration. And if you want good iteration, you need to talk to people that know the field you're working in. So if you're trying to design a filter that removes contaminants from seawater, it's no good to go and talk to your neighbor Fred, who's retired and used to be a fisherman. You need to go talk to a chemical engineer. You need to go talk to a mechanical engineer to get ideas of how this actually works. And you do need to show the improvements. So again, leaning on our team's experience last year, we designed a copy of the Royal Game of for people with impaired vision. One of our FRC members is legally blind. So they took the game and got him to play it with them. And they found out what things worked, what things didn't. And he was quite happy to be able to give that feedback on what worked for him. And then they tested it with various groups of friends that had sensory issues, gave that feedback. Then they also went to visit a game shop, like a Good Game store in Wollongong, and got feedback from, let's just say, avid gamers. And then they went to the Sensory Studio shop that specifically sells products for kids on the spectrum or with sensory issues, and got feedback there. Every single one of those cases, they got feedback and they made improvements. That's the type of process you're looking at. You may only be able to see 2 or 3 people. That's fine. Right, communicate. I always used to say this was the hardest one to ever do, because this is all about your presentation. So you need to have a clear explanation, and at the same time, the impact, sorry, and then you need to show pride, enthusiasm. You need to be energetic, engaged. So you've got to do a balance between creativity and passing on information. And if you can score high in both of those, then you've really hit the mark when it comes to your project. It's actually quite difficult to do both. So a lot of teams will do too much enthusiasm and energy and their message suffers. Others will focus a lot on the message and their enthusiasm doesn't shine through as much. So one benefit of the way we approach the project is that with the skits and the costumes and the carrying on the kids do, they have a lot of fun with it and it's on there to show. And it's a lot easier to do both ways. So this one is really, it's a double. So each row here counts both for project and for your core values. So when you're going through your presentation, right, it needs to be structured. That makes it easy to understand. You need to talk about impact. How is it going to be used? How will it make a difference? And the kids need to show their pride or enthusiasm. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean they've got to jump up and down and act like idiots. Some kids can't do that, don't want to do that. There are other ways to show that. If you look in our previous kickoff resources, you will see a recording of a team called Caught in a Brainstorm from the world-class competition in St. Louis many years ago. Their presentation was a bunch of girls standing in formation, alternating between a single person speaking and then speaking in chorus. So they didn't have any props, they didn't have any costumes, they did it completely with their voices. And it was incredibly powerful. So go check that out if you get time. Okay. So that is everything we were aiming to cover by 12 o'clock, and we have 9 minutes to spare. So this would be a good time for anyone to ask us questions about projects.
What was that powerful presentation called?
I will find that link right.
The Caught in the Brainstorm.
Yeah.
team.
Yep, finding it now.
What percentage of time is used on projects versus robot? Yeah, you can answer that. So how long do you guys spend on your project versus robot?
Depends which one's being more difficult.
Depends on the day too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whatever you can work on best at that time, I'd say. So 50-50 mostly, but it depends.
It depends on what your innovation solution is. Because I know the year that you did cakes, you spent a lot of time on your innovation. Yes. Most of the time, probably about a 50-50. They're both equally important. The robot does tend to suck up more time though.
Yeah, it depends on like the project and what like the day as well. Because sometimes you'll work more on the project, and then other days you work more on the robot, and then some days you just do both. Like.
So I've just put up the brainstorm link. So what was different that year was certain teams were asked to do an encore of their presentation. So they were asked to do their presentation in public. So this was in front of teams at the World Festival in St. Louis. So we were one of those teams that gave the encore. I'm pretty sure there's a recording of us doing that. And in terms of things going horribly, horribly wrong, one of the mics failed halfway through. So the helpers were running around like crazy trying to get them a replacement. But yeah, the brainstorm one is a good example of a minimalist approach.
As for the recording, once we have this, once we're finished, we'll send out to all the registered email addresses a link to the recording. So if you give us, a day or two after today, we'll get that out.
So what do you think? So there's a question for the team members while everyone else is digesting all that. What do you think is the hardest thing about the project?
Picking it?
Sometimes picking the project can be quite hard.
Yeah, picking and then starting.
Yeah.
Because you're working off air.
Yeah. So once you've found the project, you usually have a good direction of what to go. But it's that initial finding the project.
Although there is sometimes where you decide on your project, and then you come up with another idea, but what was I saying?
You committed to the original one.
Already started working on the first one, and so the thought of a different project it's interesting.
So Izzy and Max, or Elise, how many years have you guys been doing this now?
This is Izzy's 8th season.
This is my 5th season. Izzy's 8th season. And Scar's 5th season. Max's
6, 7.
I think Max is 7, yeah. So in that time, what has been your favorite solution that you've come up? What's been your favorite project?
That's a good question.
It's got to be throwing the cake through the car.
Yeah, I'd have to say the cakes, just for the amount of time.
So explain what we did.
So for
Cargo
Connect, it was all about transportation, and we decided even before the map was released that we wanted to do transportation of cakes, because it was originally said as a joke, but we all latched onto it, and it was what we ended up doing. And because we found out that how they transport big wedding cakes and whatnot is they stick a pole through it, and then they just hope for the best, and then they take the pole out and cover up the evidence. So we tried to make a self-stabilizing cake platform thingy,
Fridge thing.
that was like insulated, that kept the cake from falling over while the car was moving, and it kept it cool as well from all the heat and whatnot. And I would have to say it's my favorite just because the amount of time that I spent doing it with some other team members.
We ate lots of cake.
And
So
lots of
much
cake. There was lots of cake eaten that season as well.
So much. I think my favorite project was the fidget cube that we used to like generate the like power.
Do you want to grab that down?
Oh, baby.
Let's see if I can zoom in on it. Oh, it's me. We made a fidget cube. It's in half right now, so you can see the insides of it. But when it's together, you like spin the different things. It lights up. You spin it, and I don't know if you can tell, but it lights up. And that one spins, and there's another spinning one here, and buttons to press, and switches. And when you're like fidgeting with it, it generates power to then like you can plug in your device to charge it. So like the goal for that was to be able to plug in like support devices like noise cancelling headphones, or some people need like their phones and tablets to like survive. So that was like the whole idea of that, and it's a sensory toy that they can use to charge their sensory devices.
So we've got a lot of kids on our teams that on the spectrum, noise cancelling headphones are an absolute necessity, or they can get overwhelmed. So like that device was like an emergency power source to keep stuff going. So I was particularly impressed with that.
And a joke idea that
we
happened
kind
to
of-
be something that it was like someone just said, "Oh, we should do this" as a bit of a joke, and
It's like we all use our team. Everyone uses like fidget toys, and so we were just kind of sitting around coming up with suggestions. And that was another one that was kind of just like said as a joke, and it worked.
I think my favorite project again was said as a joke, the ice skating wheelchair.
oh yes, the ice skating wheelchair.
It ended up as a joke.
It worked. It did work. You proved it was workable.
That's relatable.
It moved on ice.
A little early.
Okay. We got a question come in, I think, Lyndall, have we?
How many people is best number for a good workable team?
Well,
Any number, honestly.
yeah, as long as you're able to give them all a role and they're all able to benefit. Like if you have too many, there'll be too many left out, and then that wouldn't be good for the core values presentation. So you want a good amount of people to do work and like have a break when they need it. So then the other half, like
We have 10 people in our team, and everyone contributes to everything in some way. So everyone on our team has a job.
So I'll speak as a coach on that one. If you have a large team, it is easy to divide and conquer. You can have everyone working on their own tasks, get a lot done. But it also means you've got to herd cats. You've got to keep everyone busy all at once, which can get quite difficult. If you have a two-person team, it's a lot easier to manage, but there is a lot more work to be done for those two kids. So it's sort of like every size has its advantages and disadvantages. It comes down to what type of resources you have and how much space you have, I guess, too.
So we've had varying team sizes. I think the smallest we've had was 5, and that works quite well. But we've also usually had 10, and like the larger team sizes do require you to work efficiently. We tend to have our older team members work with our younger, newer team members, pairing them up, particularly when they're working on the robot, and they divide up the tasks amongst them as to who's doing what. Even with research and project stuff, we tend to have the older kids working with the younger kids, keep them engaged.
Okay, so we have got one question. We've reached out to universities and experts online, not had much luck. Any tips on reaching out to experts? So I'll take that one because, like I said, we don't let the kids make that first point of contact. So what I will do, emails have a tendency to get ignored. So yeah, you can't do much about that. I will try and talk to somebody. Like I will ring a university, school, or department and say, hey, I want to do this. They'll give me somebody I can email usually. And emailing a particular person generally gets better results than just emailing the local admin or info address. Experts, if you as a coach can go in and say, hey guys, I've got this Lego robotics team that was really interested in something you're doing. If you can catch their enthusiasm, that works very well. But do be prepared for a lot of your communication to go into a big black hole. One thing is you can do is if you post on like the Australian Facebook page, I'm trying to get in touch with someone like this, a lot of the other teams will have contacts they'll be more than willing to share with you. Does that help, ducklings?
Yes.
Awesome. Okay, guys. Well, we are going to move to lunch now. So we're going to leave the call up. But we will be back. We'll have everything muted, and we will be back at 12:30. So yeah, we're going to have a break, get things set up for the next session, which will mostly focus about the robot game. So we'll see you in half an hour. Okay, everyone, we are coming back. So we're just getting the robot field sorted out. And we will go through this next lot. So we're going to start with Isaac going through some of the robot game gotchas. We're going to spend about an hour talking about designing a robot strategy. Then we'll look at the rubric, and then we'll throw stuff open to a general Q&A. So if there is something specific that you want to ask from your team's perspective, or if there is anything that you think we haven't covered sufficiently, that's when we can do it. So we can improvise pretty well if we have to. Okay. So I will share the screen again. Right. So just to be really clear on what's happening now, we're not planning to run through the entire robot game. Like we said in the email with you guys, we expect you've got at least passingly familiarity with how the game works. What we're going to be looking at here is some loopholes and common errors that teams make. And then we're going to take any specific questions you have on how the robot game works. So I will now stop sharing and I will turn it over to the workshop.
All right.
Okay. You got it, Lyndall?
I think so. Where is Isaac?
Remember, guys, if you have questions, put them up on the chat, please.
All right. So, starting off with just a quick reminder about the equipment rule, because the way they're displaying it in the rules this year is with an icon in the corner of the mission description, which I know a few people have missed. So, the missions which are affected by the equipment rule, which means that at the end of the game, nothing you brought to the table can be touching them, is the nursery, the reef segments, so 1, 2, 3, and the reef over here. The front, the section of the shipwreck here with the mast and the kraken. The artificial habitat over here with the crabs in it. The submersible model that bridges between the two tables. The whale over here, and the research vessel on the south wall. None of those models can be touching equipment you brought to the table at the end of the game. If they do, they don't score any points. As mentioned in the updates, even though the segments and the main model of the reef here are considered part of the same mission, their points are scored individually. So if you're just touching one of these, it's just that one which doesn't score points. Okay, moving on to the specific details of various missions. I'm just going to go through them in order. So, for the nursery, the exact setup of this isn't as clearly explained as I would have liked in the rules. You'll notice that, if I bring this up to the camera, we've got these two purple carrot pieces that are sitting at two different heights. You want the higher of the two carrot pieces is the one that is touching the ground when it is inserted into its holder like this. So it should have the hoop sitting at, just the camera. So you should have the hoop sitting at an angle like that with the higher of the two carrot pieces touching the mat. If you do it the other way up, there's not too much of a difference, but it is about half a stud to a stud higher, depending on how far it's sitting into the socket. So just make sure you've got it set up that way so you have a consistent experience with what the models on the actual table at a competition are going to be like. With the shark model over here, mission 2, I've seen a few teams thinking they have to have their robot collect the shark. Once it has been activated and the shark's completely inside of home, that's something that your robot technicians can touch and move around inside of home the same as if the robot had grabbed it and brought it back. Right, so there's no need for your robot to have to drive up through home to come and grab it from the corner here. Once it's been dropped off, your human operators can grab it and load it into the robot however you want for a future launch. All right. The reef segments, so the two pieces of coral here and the piece of seaweed over on the other side of the board there. The scoring condition for those requires them to be upright and touching the mat. It does not require them to be in their original location, and they do not have to be maintaining that condition for the entire match. It is a perfectly valid strategy to collect them, bring them back home, knock them over, whatever, and then just before the end of the game, have put them back upright and have the robot push them back outside of the launch area. All right, moving on. For the mast on the shipwreck here, the scoring condition for that is with the mast fully upright, supported by the latch back here. If it's tipped over all the way like that, it will no longer score. It has to be in this position here, supported by the grey latch. Also, with this model, a detail I've seen a few people miss, the Kraken tentacles here, which can lift up and down. In the starting position, those are latched onto the grey axle on the inside of the shipwreck here, so that the tentacles are out. I'll just move that out of the way so that you can see if you want to move the camera around.
Yep. Hang on. Just give me 1 second.
Just remove the mask so that people can see. So we've got the tentacles here are resting on top of this grey axle on the inside of the shipwreck. As you lift it up, if I put this back in, as you lift it up, they will drop down once it reaches a certain point. But then if you're resetting the table, they just hook back in on top of the axle.
Can you just pause for a second? Somebody's having trouble seeing what's going on. Andrew, can you give them the instructions on how to make this screen?
It's sorted. If you have a look, there's a second question.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Yeah, so it's pinned. You should all be able to focus on speaker and you'll be able to see what's going on. Yep, keep going.
All right. Okay, so moving on. With the unknown creature here at the undersea vent, if you're getting the bonus for this and delivering it to the cold sea, there is no requirement for it to be touching the mat. It just needs to be partially inside the area. So that means that you could have it sitting in some kind of tray or bucket or whatever, that's equipment you've brought and is sitting that, or it could be sitting partially outside and just have a tentacle sitting in like this. That's still considered a score because it's partly in, but does not have to be touching the mat. The shark, however, does have to be touching the mat inside its target area. Oh, sorry, specifically it needs to be both touching the mat and inside its target area. So that is a valid scoring condition for the shark because it is touching the mat and the fin is inside the target area. Okay, any questions about that?
Any questions? Not yet.
Okay, awesome. Okay, so with the...
Hang on, Isaac.
Yeah.
There is a setup question from Angela. The Kraken resting on the axle, is that written somewhere?
Is that what, sorry?
Is it written somewhere?
I do not believe it is written. It is shown in all of the images of the shipwreck model in the rules. So if you look at the images for Mission 6 and Mission 7, they both show the tentacles resting on the axle.
Proceed.
Yeah. All right. So moving on. We have the submersible model over here. I've seen a few teams asking if they can do something to either keep their thing held up or put a wall up here. You're not allowed to block the opposing team from scoring this model in any way. So you cannot do anything to it that prevents the other team from achieving the bonus or by scoring points in any way. Whether that's holding your side up or blocking the submersible or stopping the other side from activating. Do not make a strategy that is based around preventing the other team from being able to score. But both because of GP and because it's specifically illegal as of the text of the rules.
However, if two robots try and lift it simultaneously,
that's no problem because you're not actively blocking the other team. It's just an unfortunate coincidence. All right. Now as to the position of this in the setup, you may have noticed the dual lock icons on here and the lines to the setup. And I'll just attach this. You can see we've got these arrows here, and there's a line at the front here, a line at the back, and a box here. This mission has one stud of wiggle room in either direction in terms of how it can be positioned on the mat to allow for differences between table wall thickness and how far apart they're positioned. The dual lock on it, on the underside, should be positioned like so. If I can get that into the camera view. Which is the same as if you were to position this exactly halfway between the two possible extremes. That way it will maintain dual lock contact with the mat throughout all of its possible positions. If you're not able to get something set up for like some kind of tray or something supporting the other side of the mission, I do recommend just attaching it to your board like this with just the stand sitting here for testing. Just keep in mind, if you do that, you will need to take into account both the extra weight of the submersible resting on here, as well as the travel time it takes for it to move down the axles. So just be aware of that.
All right, we've got some questions.
Yep.
So one question around the submersible model.
Yeah.
So we have two tables and we found the submersible model sits twisted, even though we tried adjusting it with the wiggle room.
Okay. Yeah, so as for that, try to keep them keep the bases aligned to the mat as much as possible. If the axle is twisted like this, I'm not 100% sure what the best course of action for you to take there is, depending on what the tables are like at the competition that you're competing at. It could be straight, it could be twisted. The best advice I can give you is design your robot so that it can cope with all of the different positions that it could be in. So intentionally give yourself some error room in case something's not lined up 100% correctly.
The other question is, must competitors stay right at home, stay in the corner, or can they move to the side of the table to pick up the shark when it's released?
So specific rules on how people can move around the table may vary from event to event, depending on how much floor space they have available. But there is nothing in the rules that specifically outlaws teams from walking around the short edges of the table. Yeah. If you're at an event that doesn't let your team walk around the short edges of the table, that will be entirely due to their own restrictions because of safety or available floor space.
All right. Can we show how we've attached the other side of the submersible?
Sure. So this is the solution that we've done.
Isaac, bring it round to the close side of the table, and so the camera can focus on it.
Yeah, this is the solution that we've done. This exact solution won't work for everyone's table because it's highly dependent on the wall thickness. But the general concept of putting a level panel that's in line with the mat surface with a clamp around it should work for most teams. If you can't get it to line up exactly with the stud grid to have it sit level, you can just put some dual lock connecting your submersible base with the platform hanging over the edge of the table.
Can you show the inside of the clamp, Isaac?
Yeah.
So if you have a look, you see, flip it a little, yeah, okay, other way. See those grey, there are grey half stud beams running down the white panel. You can remove those to make the clamp wider. You can put full stud beams on it to make it narrower. And then everything after that is just building a stable platform.
Right, I'll go put this back over here. All right. Okay. So the sonar mission over here. The exact wording of the scoring conditions regarding it is referring to if one or both whales are revealed. There is no requirement that you move the yellow lever at all, and there's no requirement that you complete this one before this one, or just do one or the other. It is entirely valid to score points by just flipping up one of the green panels like that without touching the other one or the yellow lever.
So the first panel that goes up gives you 20 points. The second one gives you 10.
Yeah. All right. Continuing on. So the krill and the whale. There is no requirement that you must collect the krill off the mat and deliver them to the whale in the same launch. It is a completely valid strategy to collect krill, bring them back to home, and then have your human operators load up your robot for another launch that will then deliver them to the whale. Those launches don't have to be consecutive either. As a bit of advice that was given many years ago for a previous LEGO League competition is just because the rules say that you score points for putting a man inside a house doesn't mean that you have to use the door. Because door's not mentioned in the rules. Right. In a similar vein, with the trident pieces in the shipwreck here, everywhere scoring for them is mentioned. It just refers to one or both pieces. There's no requirement on the order you remove them or any points difference if you remove the end of the trident but leave the body of it in place. There's also no requirement that you remove both at once. You can do so if you maneuver it the right way, but it's also completely valid strategy to grab one and then later come back and grab the other. There's nothing in the rules against it, and it scores the same both ways. Okay. Continuing along with the same kind of theme, the research vessel. There is no requirement that you load it up with samples before you move it. There's no requirement that it has samples in it in order to be moved, and there's no requirement that you have to put all of the samples in it at one time. It would be perfectly valid to put a sample in, move it into the port on the other side here, and then dump some more samples in. There's also no requirement that the research vessel cannot enter the launch area. I'm not sure why you'd want to remove it from the table to load it up and then bring it back again, but if you want to, you can, provided your robot is able to bring it back into home successfully. And one other important thing, very welcome update for this year's rules. When your robot is returning home, it can extend over the outside walls of the table and still be considered in. Got the exact wording here.
Use the boat as an example robot, Isaac.
Yeah. Extending past any wall of home upon return counts as completely in and can be handled without penalty. So if you have your robot that's coming in here and it's extending out over the edge like that, as soon as it has completely crossed the red line here, that is considered completely in, even though it's extending over the outside wall. But it does have to have completely crossed the red line for it to be considered completely in. All right. Any more questions?
So if you do absolutely nothing, Isaac, if your robot sits in launch all game and doesn't leave, what do you score?
Let me see. So that would be you'd get 15 points for the free reef samples that are not being touched, and then another 50 points for the precision tokens, bringing you up to 65. And then you have an additional 20-point bonus, bringing it up to 85 if all of your equipment was inside a single launch area and under the height limit.
Cool. Okay, so Angela has asked, when launching from home, can attachment extend over the quarter circle?
So when you make a launch, everything that you're launching has to fit inside the launch area, which is the quarter circle on the mat. You cannot have anything extending into home when you are launching. When you are returning to home, you're using the entire area, including the extension off the side of the mat.
So in other words, they are very, very strict about your size when you launch and are a little bit more lenient when you're coming home.
Yeah.
Does that help, Angela?
And you extend the attachment, and you extend over the arched area of the quarter circle.
I'm not quite sure what you mean. So when you are launching, everything that the robot, all the equipment it's going to use has to fit completely inside the quarter circle and on the mat. So it cannot cross past this wall here, the edge of the mat here, or the outside edge of the red line curving around here. So it must fit completely inside that quarter circle. There's no height limit on that for launching. There is for inspection, there isn't for launching. But it must fit inside an area when you are launching. When it returns home, so after you've launched it, if you want to be able to interrupt it without losing a precision token, it must have completely crossed the red line or the blue line if you're on the other side, in order for it to be considered completely in. Now, it can be coming in like this, so it's crossed the curved line here and extending over the south wall. That's still considered completely in. But if any part of it is extending over the line on the mat, it is not considered to be completely in. Right.
Yeah, good.
Isaac, I was just looking through the rules. There is a First Lego League field setup video, I think. Which has, I'm not sure if that's official or not, but it has details of how to set things up. It's referenced in the rules guide.
Yeah. I highly recommend everyone takes a look at that when setting up their table. And as always, keep an eye on the rules updates. I'd recommend double checking them at least once a week, because even if the rules update happens literally the day of your tournament, referees will still be taking it into effect.
The other thing they should do is double check all your mission builds.
Yes. There were numerous errors in the building instructions for the mission models at challenge release. Those have all been fixed as far as I'm aware, but it would be worth re-downloading your instructions and double checking all your mission models, particularly if you build everything like within a day or two of the challenge releasing. Yeah. Let's see.
There is a comment. Comment, Lyndall?
Yep,
Yeah,
Isaac's just
reading it.
reading it. So that's from the table setup for the submission.
Yeah. So for the people who are having trouble with their two tables and the submersible not being straight, just make sure you're following the correct directions for distance between the two mats, as Yvonne has put in the chat there.
Okay, so I think we've got more questions.
Got another question here. Let's see. Yeah, just open up a new window. Just cancel there. Yes. Yes. So the message in chat from the fluffy terminators, yeah, that what I just mentioned. Once the robot has crossed the red or blue line completely, it can be extending over the outside walls of the table as much as you want, and it is still considered to be completely within home.
So if you had an attachment with a giant arm that was above your robot and it hung over, you were still fine.
Yes.
Okay. So we are just about ready to move on. Is there anything else that anyone has questions on or wants to see the setup for, or not sure what they're doing with the robot game? All right, so everyone's confident with the robot game. Yep, woohoo! Yay!
Right. Moving on.
All right, so handing back to you, Andrew. We have completed the gotchas.
Excellent. Okay. Right. So what we're going to look at now is basically some practical robot strategy. Now, this is important because, as someone mentioned, depending on your team size, things can get messy very, very fast, particularly if you've got like 10 kids in one robot. So this is how we design our robots and how we're able to keep 10 people occupied all at once. Again, through all this, this is how we do it. It does not mean it's the best way for you, but it's a way to start. So these are our roles for designing the robot. And there's a lot of interaction between them. So if you do, multiple people will do multiple jobs, but if you are doing a strategy job, you are analyzing the mission models, like you're finding out what makes them tick. You are planning and documenting, which is incredibly important, the runs from home. You are setting the attachment requirements. So you're writing down what the robot needs to do and how the attachments need to work, and you're actually building them. So you can have people doing that while at the same time you have pathfinders. So they've built an incredibly simple robot, maybe just a mini bot with a color sensor, and you are playing with code to reach the areas of the map that you're going to need to access. You're not doing the missions. You are just literally making the robot find the best path across the field. And by the time the core robot is built, you'll have a code base which you can adapt to work with that robot. The core robot team, well, their job is to build the actual competition robot. And they need to talk to all the others to figure out how it's supposed to work. And you need to improve it. You can't just build it once and say you're done. On average, we'll demolish our core robot about 6 times during the course of a season before we're completely happy with it. You'll also be designing the attachment template, how attachments attach to your robot. And the part that a lot of people neglect is testing of performance. So do things like acceleration tests. Does the robot tip over if it suddenly stops or suddenly goes fast? If you tell it to turn, does it reliably end up in the same place? Basically, you want to do a little test rig of how the robot moves to find out if it is consistent. If it's not, you've got to go back to the drawing board. And then we have software. Their job is to basically build a reusable MyBlock library that the rest of the team can use. So tasks like line following, gyro driving, gyro turns, whatever you want to use that you use a lot of, they want to be doing it. Now, one thing you may notice is every one of those 4 groups can start working from day one. They all interact with each other, but they are not completely dependent on each other. So you can easily give everyone on the team something to do from the beginning. Any questions on those roles? Okay. So again, this is how we do it. I know every other team will have different ways, but this is we find particularly effective in guiding large teams. Okay, so moving on. The robot design process, or the Project Bucephalus robot design process. Now, this is mentioned in intricate detail on the kickoff slides from previous years, so I'm not just going to rehash everything. I'm just going to hit some highlights. If you want to go look at the details, go look at what's on the webpage, or send us an email. We'll go through it with you. So when we're designing a robot, we go through 7 stages. First off, we set the robot dimensions, like how big, tall, wide we want the robot to be. We identify the sensors we want to use. We do that by looking at the board and figuring it out. We look for the highways. So those are paths across the field that basically say, I'm open, I'm reliable, use me. We then plot navigation points. And that one requires a bit more explanation. We look for places we can reliably navigate to and know exactly where we are. We then analyze the mission models, understand them. We plan our robot runs, and then we do our robot layout. So we don't actually build anything in any of those stages. This is all about planning. What I'm going to look at now is analyzing the mission models. Oh, no, I got the wrong way around. This is the navigation. Sorry. Loop in the wrong spot. So this is the short version of navigation. For the love of all that is good and wholesome, use sensors. Please. Please, please, please. Do not try and build a robot that has no sensors. You will have a hideously bad time. If you've got a spike prime, at bare minimum, learn to use the gyro sensor or a color sensor. Yeah, there's really no other way to say that. If you don't know how to use sensors, I'll harken you back to your team should not be alone. Reach out to a veteran team and get them to help you. I cannot overstate that one enough. Right. Secondly, wheels do not count as sensors. Your motors lie to you quite a lot. Wheels slip and your alignment gets off very, very quickly. Also with the differences in the mat, a brand new mat versus one that's been run over a lot, you will get different performances. It does help if they are paired with something else. So on their own, they don't count. If they're paired with something else, they're plausible. Just be aware that they will lie to you. Don't try for precision with odometry. That said, walls are sensors. Your FLL mat, your FLL table has solid wooden walls. They are always going to be there. They are never going to move, and they are incredibly useful. So use them whenever you can. Some years it's easier to do than others, but yeah, remember that one. So strong navigation is when 2 or more sensors agree on where you are. So a gyro and a color, a wall and a color sensor, a wheel and a color sensor. These things are useful. So you want to make sure you've at least got 2 sensors agreeing on your location. And once you've got that, once you've got a place you can get to, that's where you want to do the missions from. So you find where you can get to, and then you do the missions you can reach. That reduces a whole lot of variability. And you do want to avoid unnecessary movement if possible. So if you can drive somewhere and then reach out to the side with an attachment, that's far, far better than driving somewhere and then turning to face whatever model you're going to do. So have a look and reduce the movement, because every turn and movement you make does have the potential to introduce error. So you want to keep movement simple and reliable. Some advanced teams can bypass that with advanced navigation techniques, but most teams won't be doing that. Okay, now we do analyze mission models. Sorry about that. So is there any questions about that navigation process before I jump ahead?
I think you're all good to continue, Andrew.
I just got a message from South Africa. Yeah, we will hopefully be sending out details of the session. Yeah, well, it's 4:55 in South Africa. You're a brave man for being awake. Yeah, we will be sharing it. Right, analyzing the mission models. So this is our process. We want everybody in the team to be an expert in at least one mission model. And to do that, we assign them a model and say, okay, what movements are needed? Up, down, left, right, spin, whack, run into it, identify it. How many different ways can you approach it? You don't just have to do it from in front. Is the mission near any others? Could it be clustered? That means, can you do that at the same time as something else? This one is the biggie. Can you activate the mission without using a motor? So can you drive into it with an inclined plane? Can you activate it just by driving into it? You don't need an attachment necessarily. Activate it passively. What's the best way to travel to the mission? Right? Those things, we have worksheets we give our kids. They've got to write this stuff down. Basically building a record, an encyclopedia of how the missions work. And then we record them. We write them down. We list the common movements the robot has to make, and we're going to use that to plan the robot. So if all the robot, our first year, we figured out with body forward, our robot could do like 95% of missions by pushing or having an up and down motion. That's all we needed to do. And it worked very, very well. Now, that's all well and good. But whenever we get kids to go start playing with models, they get what we call wishful thinking. They start moving arms and Lego pieces in weird ways that a robot just can't duplicate. So when we get them loose on the board, we use these things. This is the cart. You get them all to build a cart, and then they're set off to analyze. So why do we do that? One, it gives them a stable base that mimics an actual robot, so they've got to start thinking like the robot. There's no squabbling over the actual robot. And it gives you a very rapid development of, is this actually going to work? It does completely eliminate wishful thinking if it's done right. And it does map out everything you need to do. And it does force the kids to think beyond how this actually works. So what we'll do, we'll get the kids to drive their little cart out to the mission, and they'll play with some simple machines, levers, inclined planes. They'll test how far it has to reach, modify tools, identify them, motions, and makes them think of the motor limit. If I've got to do 6 things for this all to work, I've got to have a massively geared robot or I am overreaching. So what we'll do now is we'll just flip over to the workshop, and we've got some demos of how this actually works. You ready to roll, Lyndall?
Yep, I think so. Just gotta adjust the camera. All right, so Scar has got a little cart and is going to see how to get up to the shark.
So Scar has already identified that if he's going to get to the shark, he's got to deal with that coral.
Yep. Right, so Max is looking at the research vessel and has got to get past the crabfish cages, crab cages. So he's looking at how to do that.
So show us the arm you've got, Max. Explain what's going on.
It is just a few beams on a large rod angle, and it goes in, just pushes it along.
So put the cart back down on the table and show what happens when you use that. So the robot will start in home. It will drive out in a straight line. And now your plan is to drop that into the boat. Is that right?
Yep.
Okay. Now, Max is going to guide the robot by hand, but nothing else. So if he's dragging it from the front, oh yeah, it seems to work. What happened when you put it in the bay of the boat?
So what happens if we put it in the back of the boat?
So what Max has just discovered is that if he's leading it by the loop, it's nice and accurate, but then he can't get it to hook. If he's got it in the bay of the boat, you see the robot and the boat are both being pushed off center.
And then it won't go in.
Yeah.
All right,
so from that, Max is going to go back and build a second version of a tool to see how that could work.
Yep.
And meanwhile, Izzy is just got something for the Kraken. Let's just see, grabbing the Kraken. Or Scotty, want to go over and see they're just grabbing the Kraken? Kraken card. Where are we? So how let me just adjust the camera, sorry. Yep. Scar's looking at how to line it up.
Oh, hang on a second, Linda.
Yeah.
Yeah, guys. So I have pinned. Yeah, highlight yourself, Linda.
Okay, sorry. I thought I was still pinned.
You were pinned, but I think others have got to do it as well.
Okay. So let's go back over here. Scar, can you come and do go into the shark again?
Is that better, guys?
Go out to use the ball. Scar. Straight out to. So Scar's looking at the path and what's in the way of moving over to that back wall and figuring out where to go.
So Scar has tried something here. Scar has taken my advice about using the wall as a sensor and driven to the back wall. So from there, they can turn. Or what else could you do, Scar?
What else do you just here under the wall? Yep, and just go straight back and forth.
Yeah. Okay. Max, can you do yours again?
So this boat again. What you had?
So
we had some people miss it. He's coming. We've let them play with the Lego now, so they're getting into it.
all right.
We got something else. Max has iterated a little bit on what he was doing.
Yeah. So that was too thin. So I thought if I was able to push more evenly along with the boat here, So like instead of just the one point of me pushing, it would be spread out. So I'm pushing with all that.
You're muted, Andrew.
And you also figured out that you needed to be above the crabs,
Oh
Yes.
yes.
something higher.
Yes. So
It's not quite high enough.
yeah, but that works much better because it was pushing evenly.
Right, is everyone able to see that? Get some thumbs up.
Yep, yep. All right, so Izzy's
Wait.
got something for the Kraken.
That's the
And another
squid.
picture.
Yeah.
Backwards. Okay.
So discuss why it missed. It's not big enough. It needs to be bigger.
I'll be back.
Okay, has Scar got an attachment for the shark yet or not?
No.
Okay.
So Sal's just going to drive around and see how to get somewhere else. Maybe go out to the, how can we get to the private?
So with the with the carts, you can easily add a lever. A peg and a 15B is often all that you need to verify that an idea can work or not. And like Max is doing with the boat, you can do some iterations without even needing a robot or a motor. As long as the kids are working on the approach with using the robot, that will work. So what Scar's just done is driven out and turned around to get the krill.
Grab the krill.
But that involves a fairly intricate maneuver. What would be a better way to do it, Scar? Any ideas?
Rather than having to get the boat to the robot to turn around. Well, what could you have? Are you? Something? Yeah. Something on there.
Yeah, a sweeper of some kind.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, Max is back.
Sorry, Scar, I won't make you talk again.
Yeah. This iteration, I have made it taller again, and I have made it because last time it was hitting here, so I decided to change the angle of the panels so they go all the way to the bottom of the deck.
So keep the robot in a straight line.
All right.
And go. Beautiful.
Yep, and it went over the crab without hitting the crabs. And it pushed it in evenly, and it didn't go off center.
So how many motors would that attachment need?
One.
Right. So what else? You got a motor free. What else would you do you think?
We can do the shark.
Yep. So this is the process. Max has identified that one motor can do that. And now he's going to start looking at what another motor could do. And now we've got a plan for what that run could be.
Is he ready?
Is he ready to show off yours?
Yeah, if he's made it longer, he's building very, very fast.
If we had to build the attachment, that's what we're going to do.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, so for the audience, are you understanding how this works? Yeah, I'm getting some thumbs up. Excellent.
So is it built something that can just hop on and off the cart? So it's not fully attached to the cart, so we can just take it off and change it if we need to.
Yeah, it worked.
And the other part of it.
So one attachment can catch the octopus and deliver it.
Awesome.
So that was done pretty fast. And these kids are experienced, but it's not that complicated if you set kids loose with just some pieces and those cards. Okay, has anyone got any questions on that process while we got the kids here? This is a good time. Chat it, put it up in the chat.
I think everyone understands the concept of how to do carts and shaping and getting ideas.
Good.
Do some stuff.
Okay, I will get back. Okay. Now, part of what we were just doing there was planning the robot runs. Now, this is a technique we will use quite often with all teams to start them thinking about how this works. So what I'm going to do is I am going to share the actual slideshow. So we will bring this up in PowerPoint. So is that coming through okay, Lundell?
Yep, the kids are ready to talk about what they want to do.
Okay, so I'll just do this part. So every team we have mentored this year has had some version of our robot is going to cross between launch areas. The difference has been where exactly it's doing it. So Max, what you just did was basically this, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yep. So we found the line, we've come in pretty close. So we're going to use the gyro sensor to drive in a straight line. We're going to see the black line and white as a checkpoint, and then we're going to keep going. We are going to do the boat. We've got a big red circle on that to say that's what we'll be doing. Now, we have also identified we have a motor free. Now, you said you wanted to do the shark delivery, did you, Max?
Yes.
Yep. So that is how we'd run, that's how we'd run plan a robot run. Do one of those for each launch from base, and you've got a fantastic way to show the judges your plan for your plan for solving missions. If you're an advanced team, you may want to try doing more. But as you all saw from just Max and the cart, that is a perfectly viable thing to do. And I've used that as an example, not to give away any secrets or anything, but literally every single team I've mentored this season so far has come up with, I'm going to cross the field across that. So this area here is what we would call a highway. It is an open patch of ground that basically says, I am a really good place to drive across. And this line here is a strong navigation point. You've got a gyro sensor that's delivering you along. You can use your wheels to get an idea of where you are. And you've got possibly one or two color sensors, both hitting that at the same time. So that line there is an exact point. And I believe the the sample mission they give you is basically along those lines, only you start from this side. Find the line, then drive up to the submarine. Is that right, Lyndall?
I think so.
Same type of idea. Travel to a known point, travel to another known point, then do your mission. Does that make sense to everyone? Am I getting any feedback on that, Lyndall?
Thumbs up.
Good. Right. So PowerPoint is very, very useful for quickly generating a map of where your robot wants to go. We'll sometimes laminate some printouts and let the kids play with them with whiteboard marker to start thinking about where they want to go. I do talk about not being Bugs Bunny. Like I should have taken that left at Albuquerque, or the weird and wonderful swerves and curves to get around the field. You want to map out a very straight or very accurate turns. You don't want to be assuming you can make generic odometry moves. Those are very bad. Okay, and the last bit in the practical robot design is how to do your robot. Now, this is one of the places people are very prone to error. So basically, you want to play with the arrangement of your hub and brick, your sensors, and your motors. You don't want to join anything together. You just want to play with the different versions. So here's two pictures of robot layouts. No pegs, just where everything might want to go. Spike is a lot more difficult for doing this than EV3 because those cables do get in the way. But the plan is you want to figure out what possible arrangements you have well before you start joining stuff together. So this is the biggie. If you want, after all this planning, you need to know exactly what your robot needs to do well before you build. Very common mistake is to put the drive wheels on and the hub and then basically just trying to figure out where everything else goes. You want everything integrated into one chassis from the beginning. So, yeah, we will get kids spending, I think the record is about an hour playing with all the different ways to put stuff together before we let them start building. And you get some really weird arrangements and some interesting ideas when you do this. So it's a good way to show innovation. It's also a good way to show iteration if you take some photos of this process. Also, do not forget about the non-powered wheels, the stuff at the back, the sliders or the casters. They are a very important part, as is your actual robot performance. So doing simple turns or driving, checking your robot's weight distribution. Is your robot top heavy, front heavy, or back heavy? You want most of the weight to be as close to the drive wheels as possible. So you want to actually test it before you move. Now, before I show an example, has anyone got any feedback or questions on that? Again, remember, you can look through the old kickoff resources to see that full process mapped out in all its glory. Is anything popped up, Londo?
No.
Nope. Okay. So this is an oldie, but we haven't yet been able to find, we haven't got any good footage of a complete run. So this is Cargo Connect. It shows some of how this works. So if you remember the first run, I said the wall is a sensor. So we're going to use that wall to travel along. We're going to return the statue of the chicken. You get points if it's still there at the end of the game. It doesn't say it can't be left. We've got a big wind turbine blade to drop off on the blue hatch. We've got to deliver a package to the door. We've got to pick the blue and green containers out. And then we're going to repair the broken railway. So this is what we call a class 4 robot. We've got a central robot with a big attachment. So I'll start the run.
3, 2, 1, Lego!
So yes, that was a cannon, a Lego cannon we used to solve that first mission. That black box is our robot. All that other stuff was just an attachment that dropped on or off. We drove along the wall and then we hit the doorway. So we knew exactly where we were. That's how we were able to accurately grab the canisters, accurately shoot the railway, and drop everything off. Now, same type of deal with the next mission, only it's a lot smaller. Oops, sorry. So for this one, our strong point was the corner of the line here. One sensor was following the line, the other was looking for the horizontal, for the perpendicular line. Once we hit that intersection, we knew where we were and were able to do all the other missions.
I've just got a question. How many attachment motors are there? There's 2.
2.
But they've been geared so that there is 2 points for each motor to be using.
So there's a total of 4 motors on that robot. Have we still got a version? We've still got a...
Yes, yeah. Well, I'll get that ready.
Yep.
Get that.
Oops, sorry, I did it again. Right, so this one requires a bit of explanation. This orange plane we stole from down here, it had to end up over the other side of the line. We didn't want to lift it over the robot, so we brought it back, and now we're going to roll it out on its own little skateboard. This truck on the side has to get joined up with the other truck. This little skateboard thing it's rolling on, that's attached by magnets, like Lego train magnets, like the things that hold carriages together. So when it'll hold on just fine as we're dragging it along, but when it hits the other train, the friction will break the connection of the magnets and will leave the truck behind. So we don't need a motor to do the delivery of the truck or the plane. So watch what happens. Knock down the bridge, no motor needed. A motor to kick that out. Run into the helicopter, drop off, and push the train down. So they did just pick up the robot. As with this year, you get 1 free rescue without it affecting your points. So the kids made the decision they were going to grab that robot and bring it back and lose the precision token rather than try and get it back, rather than waste the time bringing it back home, driving back home. So now we've got our final run. Yes, they're fumbling a bit, but they've been practicing, so they know roughly what they need to do. Going to drop off some cargo. We missed one because it went quite straight. Push the crane. Find the wall. The wall is your friend. Tap the orange panel and hit. So that is an application of what we call a class 4 robot. That's when you have that central box robot that you drop attachments on and off and they bite with a dog gear. Now, the advantage of a class 4 robot is that you can have people working on their individual attachments and not be waiting for the robot. So it's a very effective strategy to work when you've got a large team. However, it's also just as effective having a little zippy robot like a forklift that runs all over the place and does a mission at a time if it's fast. So this is not the only way to do it. It just works best for us with a large group. Now, I believe, Kendall, you've got a version of last year's robot.
So we actually have the black robot or last year's robot. Scar's gonna just hold that.
Right,
Scar.
I'm pinning you so you highlight yourself.
Yeah, I've pinned it. Right, so this is an attachment template that just it's on and has 1, 2, 3, 4 bits to go on there, and Izzy will show the inside of the robot. So talk about the motors.
So these motors are connected to the wheels, and these ones are what power the 4 things up here, which we gear off and do everything with. And we built it so that it could split in half, so that we could easily access tires and what if they needed changing, which was really helpful throughout the season. And then we've got our 2 color sensors on the bottom. And everything is color coded. So you can't see it very well, but everything is color coded so that we can easily manage cables and whatnot.
So Simon's just asked, do the team draw robot designs too? Sorry, Simon, I don't understand.
Oh, as well as I would assume, as well as placing the motors and stuff, do they draw an idea of what the robot should look like?
Yeah, that's right. Instead of just sticking Lego together, do they do drawings before they get the Lego together, or they just connect Lego and make things work that way?
Some will.
So for the carts, it's a bit of a Wild West, go nuts. But we will map out, not so much in drawing, but in text or pseudocode. The robot will go here and it will do this, and it will use these motors to do it.
I have had students who have gone, I've got an idea for a robot and drawn it out and then gotten the motors and stuff to see if what they thought would work. And I know that there's some teams that have used Lego Studio, the Lego CAD sort of program to place things in that sort of almost 3-dimensional space before they've actually started working on their robot.
Now, someone asked, can you rewatch that recording? That was part of the presentation. But if you take a look at the YouTube channel we have, I'm pretty sure they've got up there that particular robot run with a voiceover from Faith and Max doing silent dancing in the background of that run. So I'll see if I can post that link up there.
Right. So they've got some, Fiona has said, we had a robot last year with drop-on lift-off attachment, but ran into an issue with the attachment lifting off the robot when pushing down with the attachment. Do you have any tips for that? In the end, the kids use single pins either side out of necessity, but we're trying to avoid that this year.
So Izzy, if your attachment is lifting off the robot, what does that mean?
It means that your ears aren't aligned and that things aren't properly in place and fitting and
maybe not balanced.
Yeah, balanced and
also
a number of different issues.
So in our final run this year, we actually pinned it in.
Yeah,
because it was the final run
and it kept lifting up.
Yeah. Mostly if your attachment is lifting up, it means your gears don't have enough torque. You're not exerting enough force. It's lifting instead of pushing. So the first thing we'll try and do to avoid that is use some compound gearing to make the attachment, whatever task you're doing, stronger. You've also used more friction on the attachments too, haven't you, Izzy? Like extra panels to help hold things down and stop movement?
Yeah. So where's the? Yeah, I've seen you guys before.
I thought they stayed the same as last time.
The next except that we've put an extra bit of paneling down the side.
Oh yeah, down those sides. I thought you
Yes.
meant the actual thing.
No.
Yeah. So if you're doing a drop on and it's lifting, first thing to try is give your gears more torque. Second is give the attachment more friction. And yeah, the pegs is sort of a desperation move. It really slows you down on changeovers. But yeah, if you try those things to start with and you're still happening, give us a yell. We'll see what we can suggest.
If you must pin it in, use the stoppered pegs so that you can have the kids have something to pull back on. Do you want to go grab one?
Stop it.
Yeah.
Just do this.
Oh, those types, yeah. Those type of pegs make it easier for them to attach in and out.
Cool. Okay. Basically, though, again, if you look, it's about the direction of force. You need to change the attachment, or so yeah, the it's not pushing up is generally the best type of idea. I'll remove that pin. Okay, has anyone else got any questions about like the strategy and stuff we're looking at here? We've got 15 minutes left to spend on this, so we can skip on if you want. I just wanted to see is there anything that you guys have encountered over the years that you would like some feedback on? By the way, hang on, everyone meeting, there we go. That's a link to that robot run, but not the same footage. You'll be able to see what's going. Hopefully, you'll be able to see what's going on. Just in case I can't get the other stuff sorted. Okay.
The kids just said to just be aware of where your cables are going. We had to replace a couple of our motors this last season due to some wear and tear on the motors that we weren't expecting on the cables. So just be aware where you're placing your cables.
So, what are the most important maintenance tasks for your robot?
Okay, hang on, Andrew. There's a question.
Oh, yeah.
Actually, two have come up. Sorry. We're still modifying the robots in Spark Prime app. How do you get to these kind of robots and these amazing attachments?
How do we get to those robots?
Yeah, like how did we go from the basic robot idea to we're building these amazing robots?
Okay, so basically, I'll just skip back here. That's how we do it. You do a lot of planning first. So with the carts, you figure out what your basic movements are going to be, and then you've just got two motors to do it with. So you may only do two things with those attachments. But if I've got to reach out left and right at the same time, then I'll use one motor to make some wings go out. Also, experience. We've been doing this a while, so we've had a lot of time to royally screw up several times and learn from the mistakes. So Izzy's been around the longest of this group, but we've had people that have been before her and they passed their lessons down. So best way to get from simple bot to something complex is to talk to other people and learn from them. So if anyone here is trying to get to those robots and would like some feedback, hey, that's what we're here for. Send us an email. Happy to set up a Zoom call or something and give some advice. But if you want those, yeah, plan them, particularly the robot layout planning and the analyzing the mission models. Put those two things together and you're good.
The other question or comment is, I have 3 FLL challenge teams. We just won't be able to manage getting teams or rookies to design their own robot. We're going off the designed robot and then designing attachment. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's okay. You won't score as highly as if you're building a unique robot, but as long as you add some innovation to that model you're using, you should be okay. So James from Buttered Corn, did we answer your question okay or not?
I think that's a yes.
No. Yeah, yep. Yeah. Excellent. But I will say, James, go to the website for the past years. We've got steps 1 through 7 mapped out, like exactly what you need to do. Like, we're not telling you how to build. We're not telling you, like, build this. We're saying these are the steps that will lead you to a robot that can do these things. Your kids, if they look at it, will probably have their own unique take on the stages, but this is about your kids analyzing and planning and getting used to the idea of knowing what they're going to build before they do it. So I guess that's a generally helpful thing for anyone. Basically make your kids sit on their hands and think before you let them near the Lego pieces.
The more planning your team does before they start building, it might feel like it's taking a long time to achieve anything, but you actually achieve more in the end.
So I know we've got at least one FLL judge on the call. Simon, you got any feedback on observations over the years on that one?
Yeah, mostly I've been judging in the interviews. So I mean about preparation, and as an FTC and FRC coach as well, just that really important time early on to think about and plan and decide what you want to do. It is really hard to lock up the robotics equipment and almost force the kids to think about their long-term goals. It is definitely worth the payoff.
Sweet. Thanks. Okay, has anyone else got any questions they want to toss in before we skip ahead to the rubric for robots?
I think you're good to go, Andrew.
Okay. Okay, so just like the innovation project, some things have changed. Again, the double scoring for the core values sections. So again, be very careful. Look at the rubrics. When you go into the judging session, and you got 5 minutes to describe your robot and design process and everything, and you should be managing this type of conversation. You can do a presentation, you can do a conversation, you can do whatever you want. Doesn't have to be formal, pretty, or like over the top like the innovation project. This one, you basically want an info dump, but in a way that's understandable. So this is the type of conversation you need to have. So this one, the first one, identify, has something new in it. So the first one, though, is pretty simple. Mission strategy. The plan. So we just took you through some of that. Mapping out the field, choosing how you're going to do your robot layout, figuring out what mission. That's exactly the type of thing you want to talk about. How did you get to that point? This one is new. Building or coding resources. So I asked Mel about this a couple of days ago, and she basically said it is robot research materials. So where you've gone to look for resources to help what you're doing. So the sample mission they give you, attending this little conference thing, tutorials, past team experience. Like you just say, hey, we've got a log of the things we learned in previous years. This is what we've looked at. Now, you notice it says support. The top score here is clear use of building or coding resources to support the mission strategy, right? To support. You're not saying blindly copy. So this one is new. So we may get a clarification of it in an update soon, but that's what we're looking at. They want to see you've engaged with material out there, even if it's a coding tutorial. Anyone got any questions on that one? Okay. Lyndall, you want to take this one?
Sorry, what was that?
You want to take this one?
Okay, so the design, so team members work collaboratively on their designs and develop the building and coding skills needed. So evidence. So again, we take photos all the time on our phones. I think I have more photos of Lego robots on my phone than anything else. And progress. But showing different ideas that the kids have, writing reports on things, presenting the information to the rest of the team. We ask them questions. How did you go about that? Why are you doing this? You know, have you thought about? Any ideas that they had are good ideas. They may not have ended up on the robot, but the fact that they had them and contributed, we need to be able to show the judges how everyone had ideas. And building and coding, everyone needs to be able to contribute to that in some way. You may have a really bright kid that's super switched on with programming that wants to do and can do complex things, but then you might also have a little rookie who is a bit overwhelmed with that, but they've just programmed the robot to do a little thing, or program the arm to move in a certain way, the attachment, and just doing that is they've contributed in some way. Everyone has to be doing both the building and the coding, just as everyone needs to be doing the project. So they don't want to see a team where 3 people are doing the robot and 3 people are doing the project, and that's all they do. We're going to try and have everyone doing everything.
I'm back.
Okay.
So.
Next slide.
All right. Create. So here's where things get a little bit interesting again. They want 2 lots of clear explanations. One about ideally innovative attachments, the other about code and or sensor use. So if you can't show them the code, you've got to at least be able to talk about how your robot uses sensors. They are specifically asking you to look up there, developed an original design or improved on existing ones. So as it was Angela, I think, was saying about using the designed robot and tweaking it, that's okay. You'll score higher if it's your original design, but improving on existing ones is fine. But you need to be able to talk about mechanical and programming. And the innovation stuff scores you highly.
And yeah, the clearer the kids can explain it, the better.
So just like with project, you practice explaining stuff to judges.
And it's okay when you go into the judging room to have a plan of what you're going to say, not a skit or a play or anything like that about the robot, but you've planned out who's going to be talking about what part of the robot, who's going to be showing that attachment, who's going to be talking about your strategy, things like that. Have that all planned out and be prepared before you go in.
So, for example, when we'll go in to talk to judges, each of the kids will have a script. Right? They don't have to memorize anything. They'll be able to read off the script as long as they're comfortable with it. And like all of those big attachments you saw, they'll all be built by one veteran working with one rookie or newcomer. And the younger kids have as much of a role as the big ones. So we make a point of the younger kids being the ones that are describing what they're doing, and the big kids are the ones talking more about the overall stuff. So it's quite clear that everyone is able to describe what's going on. So yeah, this one has a few hidden depths in it, but has anyone got any questions about that one? Yep. Okay. Iterate. So this has suddenly become a lot more important. Testing, and more testing. Probably a good idea to get into the habit of every time you do a run, writing down what happened. So you can keep a log of results and figure out when things started to go wrong. So there is a line here dedicated solely to, did you test your robot? And the second line, which counts for core values as well, is the improvements. Show me your iterations. So we'll normally keep photos of old versions. Sometimes we'll even keep the actual previous version of a model if we think the change is significant enough. But you want to show that as a result of that testing, you've identified a problem and fixed it by doing this. So do not forget the testing part. Don't leave it to the last minute. Get into the habit of doing it from as soon as you get a robot moving. Then we get to communicate, just like we did with the project presentation. They want to know your process and lessons learned. So you want to talk about your team's robot journey, and that includes failures, things that went wrong, how you overcame problems. And then the second part, again, pride and enthusiasm in their work. Be interesting, be engaged. Don't just read off lines like you're an AI voice prompt. Actually have a go at it. Lots of good things can happen then. Okay, so that is the rubrics over. Anyone got any question on the robot rubric? Okay, so that brings us to, we'll take questions from the floor and our kids can answer that, or Linda and I can. And then we've got some questions that were submitted. So, yeah, if you've got any questions, big, small, epic or otherwise, now is the time to jump in.
Andrew, do you want to answer, sorry, maybe start with the questions that were posted on the
Yep, I can do that.
Just to get us going, just make sure we've covered those.
Okay, so we got asked, how do you build a modular attachment which can do multiple tasks? So I'm actually going to drop out of the share. Have we still got Izzy or Elise out there?
Not currently. I've got Max and Scar.
Okay, Max and Scar, can you grab out an attachment from last year that does multiple things?
Last year?
Yep, on the box. Yep, they're on it. It'll just be a moment.
So can you move one of those robots to the front of the camera so we can see the attachment points? Right. So the way you start is you build that attachment template. Something that every single attachment you have is built off that same frame. No matter how big the attachment, that's what happens. So we're just getting some of the ones from last year so you can see the application. Now, there are 4 attachment points on that, but they're linked. So there's one single motor under the blue beam, which drives both of those. Yep, and the other. So here comes Izzy with one of the big attachments.
The red one's on the left.
Oh, hang on, Lyndall.
Yep.
You talk, I think. Yeah, if you've got your view settings to view speaker, you'll jump to me. If you go highlight Lyndall, you'll go from there. So you take over, Lyndall. I'll just...
All right. Yep. So what we have here is this part here that came on started from this. That is there, and then it's been built out from that. All the directions of it. So there's a lot out on the side. This ran along the wall as we were going past the movie camera. And then there was bits in the middle here to get over things. This whacked the orange lever. And what else did you do? You had pneumatics here. We dropped a audience member out. And you had a cannon to shoot an audience member out. Yeah. So in the way of doing the motors, we've got gearing coming up here to run the rack gear. And we had the motor switching to fire the cannon. That was it for the motors, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, so that was just 2 motors and it did a whole lot of stuff. Gonna grab another one, Rick.
Izzy, show them the robot frame while you're at it.
Oh, the stand that was on?
Yeah,
I
we
don't know
don't
what
have
that's
a
for.
robot.
On that, it's
So we also built these stands to represent the robot.
So they're the same size and
Shape
and
and height. So kids can use this when the robot's not in use to
Yeah.
form. So this one. Which one is it better?
look at the buttons.
That's what I did. So this was 2 in 1. So one run used one side and the other run ran the other side. We've got oops, I just broke it. No, oops.
Oh, that's okay. That's the easy fix.
That's the weight brick. So sometimes with the attachments not sitting down as well, we'll add a weight brick to it.
What were you trying to do?
Yeah, I'm just going to show you the
Oh,
attachment. So let's start using this one here. And that is also, so this motor here would spin this, but it's also connected to the front here. So when some stuff was going, other stuff was going. So when this was spinning, this would also spin around at the same time. So you have to be aware of what's moving at the same time.
Okay. So we've got a question in from the rule breakers. Do you score higher if the umpires see the teamwork when going back to your practice area at a competition? What do you think, Izzy or Max?
Do we score higher if the umpires already see the teamwork when you're going back to your practice area or a competition? Well, gracious professionalism is judged at the table.
it is. And you can score higher, yes, but overall, I think you can score higher overall, but they won't include it in the actual official judging robot stuff, I think.
But word gets back to the judges.
Yeah, and that will implement your end score overall, like core values and whatnot.
So there are core values reports. Judges, hang on, Lyndall, we got 2 people in the waiting room.
I'm dealing with that.
Yeah. Judges will get, people can file core values reports, good or bad. So it's generally wise to have your kids prepared to be in the game when it comes to the type of attitude they need to have. That said, if a kid's having a meltdown or they're overwhelmed, then no one's going to hold that against them. We make it a point to try and carry that through. Like, probably the worst place for teamwork and gracious professionalism is the practice tables, because typically there are not enough tables and too many teams, and particularly at, like, if your team's having a stressful time, it's very easy to try and get too many spaces or be desperate or go over time. Basically, it can be unpleasant. So what we do is we try and remind people that you can share tables. Our record is four teams sharing a practice table at once. And it's a really good way to practically implement the type of core values that our flow wants. And hey, you may get a positive report back, you may not, but it's makes it better for your kids. Okay, I will go back to sharing. So the next question was how to plan the innovation project. Do you think we've covered that, guys?
I think we've covered.
Yeah.
Yes. Yep. Unless anyone has another question on it from this morning that they've thought of.
How to set out the FLL session. What have you got to include and do as a mentor? So, you know what? I'm going to turn that over to the students and see what they think. What do you reckon, guys?
So how do we plan our FLL sessions?
We get there, we have a debrief, and we plan out whether we're going to start with project or robot, and depending what we start on, we'll all each go to our little things for robot or project, and we try to get work done, which doesn't always work, and then we'll meet up again after lunch, see how everything's gone, if we need to do something in one area or another area, and then we'll just do more work, basically.
And what do your mentors do? What do Andrew and I do for you? What's our job?
They keep our heads on straight, because we're a group of squirrels is the best comparison I can come up with. And they help us get some work done, and they have their driver's license, which really helps as well. So they can drive us places. And yeah.
So what if you were talking to a brand new mentor that was about to do FLL, what would you say is the most important thing they've got to be able to have or do as a mentor?
I would say patience, yeah. Because not everything, it's very rare that things go according to plan, whether it's a competition or just a regular day. Everyone will get distracted and will get off track. So patience is a big one.
Cool. Okay, so the next one was.
Hang on, Andrew. We're just stepping back for a second. If you want to quickly test something during someone else's practice session, ask. Don't shoot. Plus, make sure you exit the table quickly and be aware of the other team's needs. They may not always be able to share.
Oh yeah, most definitely. You should never just slap your robot down on someone else's table. What we find the best way to do is when we go into a table, we're looking for someone around us looking stressed, and we'll offer. Asking another team is good. But remember, if you're the guest at the table, you get the heck out of the way if they need you to. Sorry if that wasn't clear enough. So, Max, have you been around when we've done a table share before?
Yeah.
How did it go? What did we do?
I think it went relatively well.
Yeah, I think it was using different ends of the table.
Yeah.
And saying, "Oh, we need to use this bit now."
Yeah, like we didn't get in each other's way. Like we basically split the table in two. and then we were able to work without getting in their way or needing anything from that side.
Did it make a big difference to them to get some extra time?
Yes, it would have made a huge difference.
So yeah, as I said before, practice tables is probably, it can be quite stressful, particularly if things are going horribly wrong and you've got 10 minutes to sort it out. So if you can extend a hand to another team in one of those sessions, you'll make a big difference to others. But again, like you said, ask, don't assume, and just because and teams can say no. Okay.
And I'm just going to go back to that last question. What must you include? You should try and include doing some project and some robot in every session that you meet wherever possible. Guiding and directing the kids, reminding them how much time they have left. You know, we haven't talked about your project at all. Has anyone done any homework? We've got 20 minutes left. How about we stop and do that? Sort of guide the kids into time management.
Okay. What is the most important areas to focus on for a first-time team?
What do you think? First time, what's the most important areas to focus on?
In this robot or
Everything. Your first time team, what are you going to focus on?
I would say teamwork and learning, yeah.
So working as a team and learning the skills.
Right. How to use EV3s. So, for those of you that are still using the EV3 software, us EV3 robots, that's great. They're still quite decent robots. There is the EV3 classroom software, which looks a lot like Spike. It's called EV3 Classroom. I'm not quite sure where that's up to with being phased out, but it's definitely still around. If you had a look at the when I was doing the robot layout, I had an EV3 robot and a Spike robot. They have different capabilities. So, EV3 would tend to be larger and a bit more powerful. Spike would be lighter and faster. Would that be a fair call, do you think, guys?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can get more feedback off an EV3 screen, and you've got more buttons, whereas Spike, you're very limited.
I think the medium motor or the smaller motor, I don't think when we used EV3 we really used the...
Yeah, we use the large ones for driving and the two medium motors for tools.
Yes. So it's been a while since we've used one of those. Let's see if I can find...
Actually, it's in the cupboard. Yeah, in the cupboard.
Yeah. Let's see if I can find it. The EV3 robot.
Yeah. So behind you, Lyndall, the white cupboard.
Oh, that one?
Yeah.
That cupboard.
So the robot design that we're working on, that we got now, that's like the accumulation of like the 15 years worth of doing stuff. So when they pull this one out, you should see the family resemblance. You able to find it, Lyndall?
Yep.
Yeah, put them side by side. So we got the siblings. So we've been using the same type of robot strategy for a long time. Oops. Yep.
We just got to use a touch sensor on the EV3. And there's a gyro in there somewhere. My school has a lot of unopened EV3s. They're happy to sell if anyone's interested.
If anyone's got EV3s they want to get rid of, we're doing work with Special Olympics on a project called Unified Robotics, and they use EV3s for that. However, selling them is going to be unlikely. I'll see what comes up. If anyone wants to get rid of them, we've definitely got a lot of places to give them a good home. So while we're looking at that EV3 versus Spike difference, has anyone got any questions? Anyone here still using EV3?
A couple of thumbs up. Some use both.
Did anyone have any specific questions about how to use EV3 over Spike?
No. All right, let's keep going.
Okay, this is an interesting one. Is it a need to have the team solve problems related to the ocean, or can it be fun or valid concept they just want to display, like a movie scene or adventure that they did in the ocean? I think we go back to what we got from Mel and Angie at the beginning on that one and talk about they've got to bring it back to the prompt. If you're able to do that, you can. But I guess you run into problems with like movie scenes or anything that's not an actual invention or a project. You have to work very, very hard to meet the requirements of the rubrics. It's like anything is possible, but you may just have to work very hard to get it to a scoring condition.
Now, you could use a video clip that the kids have taken of their innovation, their fun thing, whatever, as part of the presentation, but the presentation does need to be live. They can't just go in and play a video.
So this is a conversation we've actually had quite a lot with the teams we mentor, particularly when it comes to We Love Sharks type of then we have discussions on sharks media. So Lyndall mentioned Jaws earlier. Now that movie has created more fear of sharks than just about anything else. And it altered human perception of sharks for a long time. And then there was another movie that turned it around. Anyone know the name of the movie that made sharks nice again? All the kids knew it. Yay, there we go. Someone's got it. Finding Nemo.
Bruce.
Bruce.
I really wanted to guess that.
So that's actually a pretty good example of a how do we put it? A non-prototype project, like a non-gadget project. You look at the effect that Jaws had on how people perceive sharks and how that was turned around by Finding Nemo. Popular culture, how does it affect? Are you as a society more likely to go out and try and kill all the sharks if you've watched Jaws or Finding Nemo? So that's the type of thing that you delve into psychology, marketing, exposure therapy, all kinds of stuff like that. And that can make a very interesting project, and you never have to 3D print or build a thing. However, it does require a lot of work. I've seen a few kids do that just by, oh, let's slap some posters together and call it good. Yeah, it doesn't work as well. Okay, so those were all the questions we had submitted. So now we can just go back to the general questions, or back to the field as required. So has anybody got anything they want to ask or they want to clarify? This is the time to do it. You can ask to see, like for example, you want to see a more involved how the robot attachments work or something like that. You can ask about project examples.
How far in advance of the season launch do your team start preparing for the season? We did 1 week this year because we finished the APOC at the beginning of July, and then the kids have been going pretty much all year, so they have a few weeks off before we get back into it.
Yeah, a week or two. We'd love to do more, but yeah, it just doesn't work out that way. I will answer a question somebody asked me that was asked before about how long we spend. We have a rule of thumb when it comes to the teams we mentor. We say the bare minimum to be competitive is 3 hours a week. 2 of those spent in like robot session and an hour on homework or extra meetings for project. If your team can do those 3 hours, then you've covered what you've got sufficient to be competitive and to achieve the goals of the program. Some teams will do more, some teams will do less. That's just a rule of thumb. I mean, some of the Chinese teams we've spoken to, they were saying they were spending like 4 to 6 hours a day after school on their robots. So yeah, we're not that particularly insane. But yeah, when you get to the international level, you get some of these teams are incredibly hardcore.
So there was a submitted question from someone from Norway wanting to know how an event worked. So when you get to an event, what happens?
Yep. So is that, you want me, have we got the flow chart, or do you want to go through the whole thing?
I can find the flow chart.
Okay, so on that, I'll answer that in 2 ways. So as an overall picture, you'll arrive if you're in Australia, you'll probably arrive at the event between 7 and 8 a.m. if it's a weekend event. Your teams will sign in. You'll get a pit, which may just be a simple exam desk where you can stow your stuff. There'll be an opening ceremony. And at some point, you'll be given the time of your half-hour judging session, as well as 3 robot games. So between those times, you'll want to organize some practice table time. So you can book, I think it's 2, you can book 2 sessions at a time as long as they're not back to back. And you've got to use them both up before you can book any more. You can hang around, visit the other teams, see what they've got, watch the robot games, practice, but you need to be on time at your sessions. So the robot game, only your best score counts. You get 3 goes, and if you completely blow it up twice, it does not matter. You've got a 3rd go. And as Isaac has been a ref plenty of times, the referees are there to help you. So if things have gone wrong, the ref will often be the one to give you advice on what to do next to fix things. Your judging session, you'll go line up maybe 10, 15 minutes ahead of time. They'll open the door and let you into the room, and you've got half an hour from that point to run through the flow chart, which is 5 minutes for your presentation, 5 minutes for question and answers for the innovation project. Then you've got 5 minutes for the robot design, 5 minutes of question and answers. And then you've got your, what is it? It's still called reflection, is it, Lyndall?
No, 8 minutes of feedback.
8 minutes of feedback, yes.
Which you can tell the judges anything else that you want to tell them in that time, as long as they've got time to give you feedback.
And that's it. Expect a lot of noise, a lot of music, a lot of dancing, a lot of sugar. It is, I guess, the thing that is hardest, the thing as a coach you may have the hardest thing doing is explaining to the adults, the family members that are there, what the heck is going on. Because an FLL tournament is very, very different in its priorities. So they may see your team come in second on the robot table, but they don't get a trophy and they don't advance. That's normal. Advancement is judged off overall. The team that comes in first on the robot table may not advance. The team's behavior will affect their score. What you learn is more important than what you win. And like teams that fail on their own and then keep going will score higher than a team that was prodded along by now. So there's a lot of that type of information that you need to transmit to your parents ahead of time, so you're not fielding weird questions later.
Just have a look at the chat, Andrew.
Oh yeah, that's Europe. That's not Australia. Yeah, so what's just been, that's the other, that's actually probably a very good thing to look up. So every region can do things their own way. So that document that our friend from South Africa has just pulled up, I believe that's Norway.
Possibly.
Yeah. In Norway, they don't have a straight out robot winner. They do playoffs. So always look at the source of that information and talk to your planner. So the playoffs does definitely not apply in Australia. And I think Europe may be the only place that actually does it. So, yeah, that is not an official FLL. Yeah, I've encountered a few teams doing panic with that. So what you will sometimes get is teams doing playoffs for fun. I've seen that happen at a few US events.
Sometimes when they've got to fill in some time at the event while the judges are still deliberating, they might do something, have a for fun round of the top teams playing off.
Yeah, but the way it works officially is your robot game is what counts. Playoffs is reserved for FTC and FRC. Thanks for bringing that up, mate. I said that I think I saw that floating around one of the FLL challenge sites a day or two ago. That's why I'd seen that before. I should have mentioned it. So I guess as a tip from one coach to another, make sure you brief your parents on what to expect. We have in the last 15 years had what we would call some, let's just call it ugly parent experiences. I'm going to be generous and say it was based on ignorance rather than malice, but you don't want a parent walking up to one of the referees and haranguing them because they think they made a bad call.
In fact, who can go talk to the referees at the event? The kids.
Just the kids.
Just the kids, not you as coach. You can stand next to them and support them, but you do not talk to the ref.
Have we still got Izzy and the others there?
Izzy, Max, and Scar.
Yep.
Okay, so Izzy, can you walk us through how you would disagree with a robot referee? That's probably something we can all learn from.
So first of all, you would ask.
I'll give you an example. What would you do if a ref didn't want to score, said you don't get the points for the coral because they've shifted off their starting location? Let's just assume Wendell told you that.
The coral's there now. I'm not going to give you the points because it's not on their starting position.
Yes. So you would phrase it as a question. So if that was the case, then I would say something like, "Oh, we thought that the rules were that if the coral was standing up somewhere, anywhere on the board, that you still did score points." And then if they continued to disagree with you, you would politely and respectfully say, would we just be able to check? And usually they will check the rules. And because it is allowed, you would then obviously get the points. But you would phrase it as a question and ask if that was really the case, or if this, or say that you thought that this was going to happen, and if we could double check the actual rules, or check with another ref.
Or the head ref.
Or the head ref, yeah. So the main thing is you just have to be patient, polite, and extremely respectful.
And know the rules yourself.
And know the rules yourself.
And the coach is not allowed to speak to the referee.
No.
And there are no video replays.
Yes.
So, Izzy, or Scar or Max, from your time running robots, what would you say is the most important thing to know as a technician?
Don't panic. Yeah, you know the saying, less haste, more speed. Take that into heart, and you'll find that if you actually do things correctly, it'll take less time than if you rushed and did it incorrectly and had to do it all over again. So practice, 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 and stay calm and just do them the best you can.
Choreograph your movements beforehand.
Choreograph the movements and then practice those movements over and over again until you can smoothly complete all your changeovers and missions.
Sorry, going back to talking to the ref, Angela's just asked, can any team member speak to the ref, including those standing back and not being a technician? So, yes.
I think it's supposed to be, etiquette-wise, if you're not a technician, you should ask before jumping in. Because the ref is normally dealing with the technicians. So, yeah, the ref doesn't want to be mobbed.
No, but if your technician is a kid with high anxiety, they could call on their teammate to come and ask the question.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Does that help, Angela? Yeah. So there's no rule against it that I'm aware of. Although when you get to a mission, when you get to a coach's briefing, they may tell you the procedure for something like that. So it's always worth asking. Yeah. You really don't want the ref to feel mobbed, because yeah, you want the ref on side. You don't want to make them upset.
Going back to the robot game, getting ready for it, one of our biggest time factors the kids have found is that choreographing who's taking off the attachment, who's putting it on, where they're standing, making sure they're not getting in each other's ways. And that tends to be the most time-consuming part, is the changing who's running what. And the more practice they do, the quicker they get at doing it.
A team we know told us the story of their first ever FLL year. They could do every mission, and they left it to the night before to try and do a complete run. They hadn't done it. They were just, everything worked beautifully, and then they went to do a complete run, and they were like at 10 minutes. So the night before, it was panic stations, figuring out what had to be cut, figuring out changeovers. It was a very stressful time. So make sure your team has some idea of how much time a robot run is going to take well before the night before the event. And it's better to have one run that scores medium to low than one run that scores high but fails 90% of the time. Has anyone else got any questions they want to put up? Okay, Izzy or Max, you guys have done this for the longest, of the ones still there. What is the worst thing that's happened to you on the robot table?
One season a while ago into orbit, it was my second season. A ref bumped into a table that was next to the robot match table that held all of our attachments because they were really big and bulky that year. Like they were the biggest attachments.
And the rule was the
and
extension
the
of base.
table and the table completely collapsed and everything broke on the floor. Everything fell on the floor. So all the team members watching and all the technicians scrambled to try and put everything back together because you couldn't get an extension of the time and you couldn't really do anything about it because it was just an accident and it was, you know, the ref. So that was a very panicky moment that will stay in my mind forever.
Then there was the dinosaur wasn't there in that one. Super powered.
Yes. The ref was really nice about that though. That was good.
So the superpowered incident was everybody, the table reset, the refs, and our team failed to notice one of the mission models wasn't present on the table until the game had started and they went to pick it up and it wasn't there. So to their credit, the team just carried on and then the ref gave them the points for it anyway because they would have seen it was going to get done. So, yeah, stuff like that happens all the time. Has anyone else out there got a horror story of something going horribly wrong on the robot table? Something that another team can learn from. You don't have to type it. You can turn on your mic and tell us about it.
Very unusual story. Please do not let your children take any food anywhere near the competition tables. This includes lollies that may be in their mouth. We competed at APOC and our team had gone over to the table and they were setting up. And then one of the children came over and said to me, so-and-so has just been sick. And it was over the edge of the table and on the floor. So we very quickly got the attention of judges and it took me a little bit to establish that the child hadn't actually been sick. They had had a lolly in their mouth that had gotten slightly stuck and they had coughed it and a massive amount of spit out. And so, yeah, please do not let children have any food anywhere near the competition table.
I remember that.
That was us. The judges were really good. There was a couple of them kept coming over and saying, "Are they okay?" And my first reaction was, "Well, I don't know. I've just sent her to the toilets to clean up." But I was left holding a couple of pieces off the table, the movable bits, in my hand with spit all over them, which when everything settled down, I did go and wash before returning it. But yeah, they very quickly assessed and moved us off to the next available table and carried on. They were very, very good. And we had an area that was roped off until they were able to get somebody down to clean it up. But yeah, it was a different experience. It was not one that we expected. And the funniest bit was with all of that going on and them having to change tables, that was their best game. So that they were so highly distracted, they just got in and they performed.
Yeah. That was the same table that had water dropping on it from a height, wasn't it?
Very close. I didn't actually see where the water was coming, but it was probably the table next to it got the water dropped on it because they did split the tables apart and push the ones nearest the windows over.
So Simon, yes, dropped robots are very sad. That actually brings us to a nice point. Bucephalus runs a program called Robot First Aid. So we'll try and operate it at most regionals, but the idea is we've got a first aid post to repair robots. And most of the time it's like replacing parts or this is broken or this has been forgotten. But I think it was one of the stem cells teams many years ago. They dropped their robot, it went kablooey and smash. And they came to us saying, help. And they also had with them photos of the robot in their robot log from every angle. So it was, because of those photos, it was so easy to bring it back together. We had the spare parts, we were able to help them do it. The kids were in tears and it was fixed and they were able to go on and compete. But yeah, one of our robot rules, unofficial robot rules, is always use 2 hands to hold the robot. If you see one of your kids walking around with 1 hand on it or swinging it around, stop them cold and make sure they deal with it. It's not worth the risk.
We also were able to help a team once who turned up without they'd lost one of their attachments on the way, hadn't packed it, whatever, but because they had detailed photos, they were able to use the robot first aid parts to get it back together. So if there's experienced teams at events and can help other teams, let them know that you're there and you're able to help them, particularly rookie teams who may be having a hard time. Reach out to them at your events.
Okay, and Desiree's just said we had a mission that wasn't reset. Judge gave us a score for. Yeah, the kids were rewarded for honesty. So yeah, if you'll score pretty highly on core values if you display honesty, particularly if the ref made a mistake. Like if they gave you points you didn't deserve, if you bring that up, that is worthwhile. But I'll also mention it is your team's responsibility to make sure that the field is set the way it should be. You should never touch the table yourself without permission, but you should definitely train your kids to look over the field ahead of time just to make sure it's right. I know of some coaches that before each run will randomly and secretly set something wrong, and it's up to the team to see what it is beforehand. I think that's maybe slightly overkill, but there was obviously some past trauma about that one with that team. So is there another question I just saw come in, Lyndall?
Yes, about the project. Last time we were there at the event, there was a lot of lollipops with QR codes being handed out by teams to share their project. What's your opinion on doing things like that?
Lizzie and Max and Scar, you've seen a lot of those things. What do you think?
Yeah, sharing projects by handing out lollipops and QR codes.
Honestly, I think that's the best way to get people to see your project. I think it's fairly clever. I mean, teams will also usually take pamphlets and whatnot, but I feel like most of them will take a lollipop more than pamphlets, and
so it's just a fun thing.
Yeah, so it's just a lot of fun, and
it's also more sustainable because, like, I'm sure 80% of that mountain of paper that's shared ends up in a bin somewhere.
And we have button badges that we share with to let teams know that we have our robot first aid happening at the event. But yeah. I would try and avoid stickers though, because stickers end up everywhere.
Oh, stickers will get you in big trouble. You'll end up having to go through the venue peeling them off whatever the kids have attached them to. So while we're on that note, guys, what's the most interesting handout you've ever got from another team?
That's a good question.
They're thinking.
Well, I know your first year you always come back covered in badges.
Yeah.
Yeah, particularly, well, there's more handouts at, I guess, the higher level you go, the more the handouts become a thing. I guess it depends on the team. So some teams might make something like a 3D printed thing, depending on what their abilities are, or have button badges, things like that.
I suppose my favorite thing that I've been handed was a fake mustache.
Oh, what about that spinning fidget from APOP?
Oh yeah, that's good. That one
was is it up there still, Max?
I don't know where it is. They've been using it.
Saw it earlier.
Oh, that.
Who knows?
It's gone.
Gone.
Somewhere.
Yeah,
fidget toys are good. Yeah, the wooden coasters with burnt scavenger hunt cards. Food is good.
Oh yes, trying some of those very interesting lollies from other countries. In South California, there's a qualifying round at the beginning of November, a regional around mid-December, and a championship in January. Just curious what the schedule is like in other regions. Really feeling time crunch. Oh, you have so much.
Yeah. So in Australia, our school year finishes in December. So the 1 year they tried to extend nationals into the following year, it was an unmitigated disaster because all the students had moved on. So this year, our season, Project Bucephalus is going to the Macquarie Regional, which is on
26th of October.
26th of October. The national championships will be on.
The Nationals East is the 30th of November.
Yeah. So
in Australia, the regionals run anywhere from mid-October to mid-November. And then the nationals, we have 4 national events running from the end of November to early mid-December.
Yeah. So, yeah. So I know in SoCal, they have a tight schedule, but yeah, you're very similar to us. Most of the Americans are still having competitions though in the new year. So they've got to be done well before April, so you know if you're going to the World Festival. That's the biggie. So on that note too, I know we've got quite a few international people here and it's getting late. If there is anything you'd like to do to connect with some of the Aussie teams, I know there is a ton of people here that would love to collaborate with other teams, not just us. So if you want to talk more or get more info, you let us know and we can pass it out and see if anyone wants to set up an international relationship. I'll tell you what my favorite project was while we're on that subject. So we were connected with a team from St. Louis back for Nature's Fury. I was a year before we met them when we went to the World Festival. And the kids were doing really, really well together. And they decided to do a disaster swap. So us Australians were going to go look at their tornadoes, and the Americans were going to look at our bushfires. So our kids handled the tornado idea reasonably well. That was their project. And it turned out the Americans in St. Louis could not handle the bushfires. Apparently, we gave them nightmares. So they had to do something else. But afterwards, they were laughing about it. But the Americans thought nothing of seeing a 2x4 embedded in a concrete wall, but they had real issues with what Australian bushfires were like. But disasters like project swaps can be really entertaining. Okay, anything? We've got about 10 minutes left before we close it off. So did we answer your question, James, after that? Sorry, I think we got a bit sidetracked.
Yep.
Okay.
So we've got some people who are talking about, yes, they would like to collaborate and set up some Zooms and stuff. So
yep.
If we hear from anybody, if they contact us directly, we'll put it out.
Yep.
Andrew, if you don't mind, I missed the first section.
Yep.
I just want to get a bit of clarification in terms of the innovation project problem around exploring the ocean.
Yeah.
We tend to be pretty thinking pretty narrow and in terms of actually exploring the ocean, like physically exploring the ocean. But I think just picking up from bits and pieces of what I'm hearing throughout the day, you're talking about marketing project around that to change the psyche around how people think around exploring.
Yep, that can work. So I'll just go back to the slide where I dealt with that. Here we go. So we were talking with getting confirmation from Andy and Mel about how this worked. So when they talk about exploring, right, it can be personal or professional. So anything that your teams can relate to searching, studying, innovating, appreciating, or learning about an aspect of the ocean is suitable. So in the interest of like the shark thing we were talking about, if someone is unable to go swimming because they're scared of sharks, then having a campaign or a marketing strategy to combat that fear is going to help them understand the ocean and is also going to help the shark preservation because they're going to be less likely to insist on shark nets or killing of sharks that get too close to people. Does that kind of make sense?
My thing is not unmuting.
There you go. I can hear you now.
Okay. Yes, that makes sense. That was really great. Thank you. I also probably just want to share, I had a question to Angie over email. I asked her, does the word ocean limit to oceans, or can that also include lakes, rivers, streams, marshes? And she says, yes, it can include all of those. So I thought I'll just share with everybody.
Yeah. So, yeah, we got something similar. I wasn't game to go that far, but I was reading as anything connected to the ocean. So, yeah, rivers empty into oceans and estuaries. A sea is still connected to the ocean. A beach is still connected to the ocean. So, yeah, lakes and stuff, I would imagine. Yeah, if that's the official approval from Australia, I'd go for it. But I would double check. If you're not in Australia, I would double check with your project delivery partner to make sure that's acceptable, or your head judge.
So is the answer from Angie an official answer?
An official from Angie is an answer from Angie or Mel is an official answer for Australia.
Okay. Thank
nowhere else. So for our international peoples, that is also something to be aware of. Just because the rules are one place in Australia doesn't mean it's the same in Norway or California or Texas. The project delivery partners have some leeway about how they do things. Hassan says the fear of water idea. Yeah, that's actually pretty common. What prevents you from exploring? Often it's just fear. So if you are going to do a psychologically based project like that, we've done a couple of them over the years. You need to do a heck of a lot of work to prove what you're doing isn't just random gibberish. So you will need to talk to a psychologist. You probably will need to talk to, like, a professor at a school of psychology at a university is probably a really good person to talk to about that. And while you're there, go talk to the marketing people at the university. Back up your ideas in a really strong way. Okay. Got anything else come through, Linda? You're muted.
Not really. Just a few thanks coming up now as we wrap up.
Okay. So, at which point then, I guess if no one else has got any other questions, I will say thank you very much to our lovely volunteers on the team. So those of you that are left, we just got the 3 left.
Yep, guys, say goodbye.
Bye.
Bye.
They're done.
They're done for the day.
Yep.
So I guess bottom line then, we'll send out an email with some links about where to get the material. We'll also add a clause, say, hey, if you want to collaborate with some of the teams that we're here today, as long as we get permission to share your email address, we will. But unless you give us that particular permission, we can't do that. So your other way to hook up with an Australian team would be to post on the FLL Challenge Australia page. You will be allowed to join that even if you're not from Australia. That's a good way to unofficially get in touch with teams. Cool. Okay. So thank you for coming. We appreciate your time and patience. Yeah, well, Bernard, you'll have to send us an actual email. Sorry. You'll have to,
Reply to the email you got with the Zoom link on.
yeah. Yeah. Okay. Well, we're going to go and start cleaning up the mess we've made of the back room. And we will hopefully see you around at competitions. So goodbye, everyone. And yeah, it was a pleasure to have you.